Bon dia, buenos días a todo el mundo. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second i4Kids Innovation Day. I am Jaume Pérez, Innovation Director of the Hospital Sant Joan de Déu, and I am in charge of the program, the i4Kids program. We'd like to express our appreciation to all partners, associates, patients, hospitals, public administration, patient association, entrepreneurs, researchers, for helping us grow and expanding i4Kids. Last year, 44 innovation projects were submitted to the contest. This year, we have doubled the number of applications, more than 80. Today, we are so excited to be hosting speakers from the Catalonia, Spain, Europe, and USA. Thank to all of them for being able to be with us today and inspire us with their knowledge. Also, very special thanks to the sponsors who have made important event possible. Today is a very happy day for me, I have mentioned it. I am happy because i4Kids ecosystem is getting bigger, and this makes it easier to achieve the goal, helping and empowering entrepreneurs who want better treatments for children and achieve optimal well-being and health for them. Thank you again for being with us today, here or behind your screens. You are grateful. I am now pleased to hand things over to my colleagues, Arnau Valls, coordinator of the Innovation Unit of Hospital Sant Joan de Déu. Thank you.
Good, so it started already. So good morning, everyone. And I'm also very happy because this year is the second edition of the Pediatric Innovation Day. And this year we've accomplished to go over our expectations. And in here, La Caixa, in Cosmocaixa, we will have more than 250 people that have been registered and more than 300 following from online, probably. So great thanks to all of you. And we are very happy for your support. As Jaume said, I will be your host for this morning event. And last year, the objective of the Pediatric Innovation Day was the focus on the challenges around pediatric innovation. We found that there was a lack in financing, partly due to the perception of pediatrics being a smaller market. There's a lack of products designed, developed for children, and instead we found that most of them are adaptations of what we can find in adults. Some of the conclusions that we found focused mainly on the need for more collaboration nationally and internationally, bringing all efforts from public and private sector to help solutions designed for children arrive finally to children. And that was the main motivation for creating i4Kids at the first time some years ago. So for those of you that still don't know what i4Kids is and what is this hub, we will briefly present what we've done, what's our mission, and what we've been doing this first year. i4Kids was born last year with the mission to foster and promote innovation in the pediatric and maternity field for creating a better world and a better future and well-being for our children. Together, 28 groups, entities, and top research institutions, including hospitals, universities, and technological centers, come together with more than 87 research groups collaborating for making this mission a reality. Apart from that, we have support and received support during this year from more than 36 different entities from the industry, patient associations, investors, and other types of industries that support this mission of a better future for our children. So what we've done, basically we've created different programs and tools to make this mission possible. So we've raised 30,000 euros in grants to help 6 projects advance in their development. We've created a monthly training capsule to help teach and learn and transmit all the knowledge in between different innovations and innovators. We've created roadmap tools to help in creation of the business plan, market access strategies, IP strategy, and more to those projects of need. And apart from that, we've done the 2 Pediatric Innovation Days, last year and this one, this year. And also we've created the Innovation Contest, where we could help with more than 90,000 euros in grants to the winners. So, as you can see, over the first year, we've accomplished to grow the network, fostering to help pediatric innovators. And we think we have to move forward growing with all your help to the mission that i4Kids have. So presentations made, and as we said at the beginning, last year we focused mainly on the challenges and needs of pediatrics in innovation. But this year we focus on looking for the best practices and solutions for pediatric innovation in Europe. And for that, we've set an amazing agenda with brilliant minds from all over the globe. So let me present briefly the agenda that we will have this morning. We will start by lessons learned from one of the world's leading innovation hubs in San Francisco, the Bay Area, from Stanford. We will continue by feeding our creative minds with one of the Forbes 14 futurists and innovators. Then we will have an amazing roundtable with key opinion leaders from all around Europe. Also, we will finish the morning with insights from England in the incoming virtual world. And please don't leave at lunch and stay tuned, because at the afternoon we have 2 very nice, I hope that you like, announcements for the next years. And one of the most awaited parts of this journey, that's going to be the competition of the 6 finalists of the contest and the start award ceremony. So without further ado, I would like to start with the first presentation. Let me present you, and I'm very glad to present you, Professor James Wall. He's Associate Professor of Surgery at Stanford University, Director of Program Development at the well-known Biodesign Innovation Fellowship at Stanford, Director of the UCSF Stanford Pediatric Device Consortia. And if you let me, yesterday we discovered that he's also a rock star, so he has a second life, and apart from being in the operating room, he confessed that he had one of the most nervous situations in his life to play in front of Keith Urban, for example. So if you want to listen him play, on the 7th of October, he will be playing at Guild, right? So without further ado, James Wall, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. Can everyone hear okay with the mic? Perfect, sounds good. What an honor to be here. I think what i4Kids is doing is amazing, and I thank the entire leadership team, and specifically Sophia and Cindy, who helped me organize this talk and come to Barcelona. I think the mission of the organization is so aligned with what we've been trying to do, that I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to share our experience. The name of the talk is Lessons from Us, and that word has 2 meanings. It's US. We are a US, United States-based program. We're out of Stanford University, and I'll talk a little bit about that. But us, the group that's doing it, really think globally. I'm originally from London, and our current pediatric biodesign fellow, Elizabeth, who's here in the front, 4th row, 5th row, is from none other than Barcelona. So we think globally, and we're really happy to come here and speak and think about ways to collaborate. So I'm going to start with what I generally start with when I talk about pediatric innovation. There is a shocking inequity between pediatric and adult medical devices. This is a simple example that I'll show, but this is a central line for anyone in medicine. You probably know this. For the rest of you, it's basically a large catheter that goes into the bloodstream. It allows physicians to give life-saving medications. You can see in the adult world, there's a very simple and elegant solution to protect this line from infections with a sterile covering and from movement with clasps and securement devices. What do we do for our most vulnerable babies in the ICU? at Stanford and here, by the way, because I was at San Juan de Dio yesterday, we use a chunk of non-sterile tape to hold their lines in place. And this is just, I use the term bonkers. I don't know how well that translates. It's crazy. It's nuts that we don't have a better solution. So this is one example. It's a story. But to share data and back that story, this is FDA approvals that we analyzed of medical devices between 2008 and 2016. And what you see here is when we really broke down between adult devices, the blue line, robust growth, increasing approvals by the FDA, and devices that were truly designed and tested in children, meaning growing children, babies, that truly have unique diseases of childhood, the numbers are shocking, right? Maximum of 5 approvals in 2012, 0 approvals in 2013, and really just a flat line of very few pediatric devices. And again, kids are a fourth of our population, probably about the same here. It doesn't make sense. So who are we to do something about it? Well, just as a little bit further background, I do help run the Biodesign Innovation program at Stanford. That program has a 20-year track record of teaching a repeatable process of innovation for healthcare and practicing that technique. It's resulted in almost 60 startups that have gone on to acquisitions and companies. And ultimately, though, the devices that have come out of our program have touched, now this number's from last year, but now it's up to about 8 million patients. So pretty impressive, except not enough have helped children. And so a group of us, including myself as a pediatric surgeon, colleagues in pediatric urology and neonatology, who have the training, who have been physician entrepreneurs, but who also feel the pain that there's not enough devices for us, we've come together and really tried to focus on pediatric innovation. So, how did we start? Well, we started by an analysis that it sounds like you went through last year. We know these things exist, but we wanted to come up with better strategies to address them. There are significant issues in developing devices for children, there's no doubt about that. And the fundamental question we asked ourselves is, how do we develop high-impact technologies for small markets that can be scaled with a sustainable business model? And we, among other things, ran into the same issues highlighted in this forum last year. Funding's challenging because this is generally small markets and doesn't often allow for venture capital type returns. There's technical challenges when you talk about developing devices that may have to treat different sizes of children or grow with the children. There's regulatory risk that goes along with this, as well as liability, which is a significant challenge in the US. And then when you get into adolescence, there's issues around privacy and other things. So we sort of broke down these issues and said, how can we use our biodesign process but consider these issues? This process, I won't go into detail. If those of you who have seen it, it really is all about identifying unmet clinical needs, and really making sure that you've defined the opportunity before you invent a solution and that you're really going to have a positive potential impact on healthcare, and then really coming up with a detailed plan to implement. If you haven't seen this, I recommend the Biodesign textbook, which is really a roadmap for anyone interested in healthcare innovation. So the first thing we did about almost 10 years ago now is say, okay, if we're going to try and do pediatric innovation, we better be sure that we can do it ourselves before we start saying we're going to go around the world and or even just outside the walls of Stanford to help others. So we started with that first observation I showed you that came from some students, the total difference between how lines are secured for adults and for babies. And we went through our design process, beginning with making sure that that was a real problem. I'll talk about that later, but we identified that there was real costs to higher infection rates, there was real costs to those lines moving out of place, and we felt that it was a real opportunity to provide outcome benefit and value to the healthcare system. So with that in mind, we started going through the invention process. We were initially I don't have a laser here, but in the top right of this, on this side, you can see we were initially inspired by the top of a baby bottle and just having kind of a see-through cone that we could use to secure the line, protect it, hold it in place. There was a unique challenge in that the lines from the baby come straight out, and they're in the umbilical cord, which is a piece of tissue that needs to dry out and die over the first week of life. So with those challenges in mind, we worked with the nurses, went through the prototyping process, and ultimately did much of the testing we needed to do within the university. We used grant funding to really advance this project as far as we could. We did bacterial testing to find the optimal design. By doing that, understood that there was a patent and intellectual property around the airflow, because that was critical. We could protect it with a dome, but we had to allow for airflow to dry out the umbilical cord. We then did mechanical testing to show that we could really secure the line and prevent motion 2 to 3 times more than the existing taping systems or other devices on the market. So we put in the work, ultimately came up with a device that looks close to this. This is a little bit of a rendering. But fast forward to today, we were able to commercially launch this with a small investment, which I'll talk about in a little bit. The company is generating revenue, and they're approaching making enough money to sustain themselves, which is really always the model we wanted to prove could work. It's been on over 2,000 babies and counting, and their initial clinical studies have shown really massive reductions in line motion. So I share this story to just say that we felt like we had to prove, again, we could do it first before trying to then teach it and potentially fund others to do it. The good news is lightning didn't just strike once. I won't go into these other projects in as much detail, but these are other Stanford faculty projects that were focused on pediatrics, adolescents, and that have successfully gone on to commercialize. And actually these last two have both been acquired by larger companies and are both commercial successes as well as high-impact products. The second one here is from Janine Furch, who's one of my colleagues in the pediatric group. She's a neonatologist, but when she was a biodesign fellow, her and her team identified the unmet need of unwanted pregnancies while taking oral contraceptive pills. And they noticed, particularly in the adolescent population, that there was they were both digital natives and a desire for having information at their fingertips around use of oral contraception. So for example, if they were to miss their pill for one day, to immediately know the risk of pregnancy and whether they should take 2 pills, etc., that type of information packaged in a digital system with a smart pill box was their solution. That went on again to commercialization and acquisition. The next one came from one of our pediatric cardiologists who identified a real need around tracking asthma. Her insight was that the current system for asthma monitoring really relied on a piece of paper and parents writing down the symptoms of their children. That system just wasn't utilized very commonly, as you can imagine. And they really took that information, they added sensors into the bed, they looked at respiratory patterns, they looked at symptoms through an app, and were able to show in a study that they did that by integrating these sensors and having a really easy interface, they could decrease hospitalizations by identifying when asthma was getting worse and having those patients treated before they ended up in the hospital. And this project went on to be acquired by Apple, who has a lot of interest in sleep, but we're not sure what they're going to do with it yet because they're quite secretive, as you know, or may not know, but they're quite secretive. So we proved we could do it once. We proved we could do it a couple times with some successful outcomes. Then we got ambitious. then we said, all right, we want to be a global leader in pediatric health technology. I don't know if we're there yet, but at least we had kind of this bold vision that we really do want to do this. We want to go outside the walls of Stanford initially, and then outside the walls of the United States. And really the way we do it, and I'll share this in the next few slides, is that we really focus on education and enabling pediatric entrepreneurs. And we think that that's the way to get to scalable solutions. So in terms of, that was kind of the story. Now I'm going to go into the lessons. The first one, I'll just lay out how we built our program for what it's worth. It's not the only way to do it, but I think it's one lesson in how we approach building the ecosystem, not just individual projects or companies. So we start with education. Again, the Biodesign Fellowship has about 20 years of history. It's mostly focused on adult solutions in the past, but it's a wonderful process to learn. I acknowledge that DHealth here in Barcelona has done a fantastic job of teaching a very similar process. So we're not unique by any means, but we do have a long history. And so one of the first things I was able to do was get funding to make sure that we had at least one pediatric or maternal provider each year who was in the program, or someone with an interest in pediatrics. So we were able to get funding to specifically support a pediatric maternal trainee. So it really begins with educating people. And again, you've got a great opportunity here in Barcelona and others around Europe. I can't acknowledge them all because there's so many biodesign programs now. It's just wonderful. The second thing we really thought about was what resources were required, and trying to match and build those resources. So we built a consortium with our neighbors, UCSF, University of California, San Francisco, another major children's hospital close to us. We fight over patients, right? We are competitive about patients. But when it comes to developing devices, we really are able to get along because it takes an entire ecosystem to do this work. We were able to get support from the FDA, which is a U.S. government organization that does have some grants in addition to their regulatory work that they do, from some foundations and some from private donors. We start with our Innovators Forum, which we held yesterday. I actually joined it because I love it so much. It was 11 p.m. here in Barcelona, but I was part of it. And our Innovators Forum is where we really invite anyone to come share ideas, and we offer 3 tiers of resources to those innovators. And the innovators can be anything from a clinician with an idea, an engineer who's seen a problem and has a solution, to companies that have products but want to bring them into pediatrics. So we invite all to this program. We often start with coaching, so people come to us and they may have a problem and an idea, but they may not fully understand what it takes to get a device through the FDA, what it takes to prototype and show initial animal data, etc. So we start with kind of coaching and really helping them develop a plan that they may be able to develop that technology. Any team that's willing to put that effort in and come up with a reasonable development plan, we can offer directed resources. And what I mean by that is spend small amounts of money on helping them build a prototype, helping them with an FDA consultant, figuring out where they have a risk, and we can spend a small amount of money to help them move forward. And then finally, seed funding, very similar to the contest that we're going to see here, and I'm very excited to see the projects. We do an annual pitch competition where we're lucky enough now to have about $500,000 in seed funding that we're able to distribute to the most promising projects that we see from around the United States. And with our most recent donors, we've been able to use some of that money to support global programs as well, global projects. And then the last thing that we are beginning to work on, and this is early days, but I think it's very important and something I think we can collaborate on with i4Kids is policy. The Biodesign program at Stanford has committed to more work on the policy front, gathering data, showing where there's inequities in healthcare, and presenting that to our elected officials and regulatory agencies to try and make positive change and make more devices available to patients. And so we're going to leverage that program, look at things in the United States, for example, how there's been legislation around orphan drugs that has arguably at least contributed to a significant increase in the number of those drugs developed for small populations, but we don't have similar incentive schemes for medical devices. So that's one example, but there's many, many policy issues that we're going to tackle. So just to kind of summarize on program building, 3 pillars of what we do, and I think it's worth considering. Education always first in our mind, making sure that we train people who are interested in becoming entrepreneurs, give them the skill set, the toolbox to do this work. Enabling them with resources, coaching, directed resources, seed funding, and ultimately getting them in front of investors if and when the time's ready. And then finally, policy. So that's the lessons learned from our program, is to really tackle those 3 pillars of pediatric innovation. So now I'm going to go on to the results. So we started with the first project we did. That was the catheter securement. We were able to do more. Now, once we've put these 3 pillars together and we've been able to gain some funding, we currently support between 20 and 35 projects a year with those tiers of support that I shared with you. This is our results from last year. We supported 33 projects at different levels. We awarded almost $500,000 in grant funding. We launched our policy initiative. Actually, our first policy paper, we focused on the UK and the NHS because there was readily available data on payment for pediatric devices, so that paper's coming out shortly. We, as we track our impact over the last 5 years of doing these grants outside of our internal group, we've had projects that have gone on to clinical use. So far, about 18,000 patients have been positively impacted by the devices that have come out of this funding. And the companies who have gone through this process have gone on to raise about $40 million in funding to be able to commercialize and go forward. So again, showing initially we could do it internally. Now with the program that we've built, we're able to support others in doing it. So that's kind of the wrap on the program part. The last thing I want to talk about is maybe a little bit more delving into the details of the biodesign process, which I know everyone from the i4Kids group is very familiar with. I wanted to just highlight again a separate group of lessons here. When you're going through the process of health tech innovation, our experience is that there's a few areas in the biodesign process which, I'm a true believer. I think it's a wonderful, detailed process that can really help you increase your chances of getting a medical device to the market and positively impacting patients. But there's a couple areas where I think you really need to be very thoughtful when you're considering pediatrics or maternal. So I'm going to go through a couple of those as kind of the final lessons we've learned when it comes down to the nuts and bolts of the process, or maybe we'll call these tips and tricks. So early in the process, I think focusing on value, and I'll talk a little bit more in detail, is really important. As you start to build a plan, thinking about being very capital efficient, and by that I mean spending very little money or very little investor money early. Thinking about non-dilutive funding, grant funding to get things going is very important. Considering parents as a stakeholder, that's pretty obvious, but sometimes gets missed. Really considering whether intellectual property patents are necessary in very small markets that have low risk. And then finally, thinking about alternative sources of capital. And this is probably the one that everybody wants to think there's a magical way to fund these. It's not. It's hard, but we'll talk a little bit about that. So focusing early on value, I love this quote. I was lucky enough to work at one of the large venture capital funds in Palo Alto in order to kind of learn how that industry works. And one of the partners there, very famous, says to me one day, I invest in massive markets because I like a bullseye so big that we can afford to miss, and it's fine, we'll still make a lot of money. So it's always kind of stuck in my head that it was just such an ingrained part of their approach to investing. And so I guess I kind of adapted it when we started thinking about pediatrics and said we kind of have to have the opposite mindset, that to innovate in pediatrics, it requires a laser focus on the impact you're going to have and the value you're creating, because the bullseye is tiny and even just to make a sustainable business, and you can't afford to miss it. So I think this is the kind of work when we were doing the umbilical catheter project that we put a lot of time and effort into early. This is based on a massive search of the literature, talking to physicians, but we really dug into what the complication rates were and what the costs of those complication rates were, and really had to look ourselves in the mirror and say, do we think we can have a positive impact on this? Because if we can't move the needle here, a cute device that looks nice and kind of makes sense is not going to really get to market and have value. We have to really have a positive impact. So, this is a long analysis that I won't go into a huge amount of detail, but we really felt like length of stay from infections and migrations was something we could have a positive effect on and really save money in the U.S. system, and particularly when it came to infections, which are directly correlated with migrations, and an area where within the U.S. the payers can really cut off payment to you if you've had a hospital complication such as an infection. It can really hit the bottom line of hospitals. So we felt very early on, before we invented anything, that there was real positive value to be had here. So early focus on value, I think, is really critical when you're thinking about pediatric innovation, both value in terms of cost savings, also value in terms of positive outcomes. Next is thinking about capital efficient development. This is the same project. I promise I'll use a different project in a minute for examples, but I'll stick with this one for now. When we started this, my first advice to the team, having worked at a venture capital firm, was there's no way this is investable. It's too small, it's 200,000 patients, it's maybe a $20 million market. There's nobody that's going to invest in this. Now, I changed my mind later, but that was the starting point. So when they came to me and said, we really want to do it, I said, okay, but we have to start within the university. We have to start spending as little money as possible to get answers and see if we can move this forward. So we started literally by just recruiting a few students. We early on got an $88,000 grant. We leveraged Stanford facilities. We leveraged our access to the Children's Hospital. And we made really a huge amount of progress on that. We were able to, on that amount of resources, go from prototype all the way to essentially a manufacturable device within the university. Once we had a manufacturable device with a customer ready, and all we had to do was really ship it out and put a quality system in place, we were able to get a seed investment from an angel of $100,000. In addition, we used some other resources around innovation and an accelerator. We used some local interns that we got for free. We got a government grant for an SBIR grant, which in the US is specifically focused on trying to build a business. And once all this was in place and we were ready to deliver the device to our first customer, we finally convinced an investor that there was so little risk left. We had the device ready to go, we had a customer, and we had a clinical study ready that would prove if it would work. We were able to take a small investment of $1 million and get this device all the way to commercialization on a very small amount of money. So that's part of that story, but really the point here is capital efficient development. The next lesson is considering parents as a stakeholder. This is a different company that's been part of our portfolio network, a company that's doing vision screening for children using the iPhone. Very simple system, but a big challenge in marketing and getting the word out to pediatricians and making sure that they know it's available, how to use it, when to use it, etc. And I won't go into too much detail. I think it's relatively obvious that you should consider the parent as a stakeholder, but really thinking about how the parent can influence, really thinking about how parents can call to action and go to their pediatrician and ask for something, and even thinking about parents as potential consumers who will pay for devices. So I think early on in pediatric innovation, you always want to consider the parent-family dynamic and how to bring them in and make them advocates for what you're doing. IP strategy, this is another project that I'll briefly describe and really ask the question, do we need a patent? this is existing devices for fetal shunting. So babies in the womb that develop either an obstruction of their bladder or that develop cysts in their chest can benefit from a shunt. You put a tube into that cyst or into the bladder and drain it to the amniotic fluid, and you can help either with the lung growth or trying to preserve the bladder and kidneys. This was developed in kind of the 80s and 90s. Really, no one was willing to invest in a customized system, so they reused adapted adult systems that were really made for kidney disease. But anyway, there was a little bit of adaptation to be able to deliver it for fetal surgery, but because it wasn't really created for this problem, they fail about 50 to 80% of the time. They fall out of place, they migrate. They're just not really designed properly for the fetus and for growth. And what's really interesting is this middle one. I was talking to the fetal specialists here yesterday. It's not even available in Europe anymore, and I'm pretty sure it's not available in the US because the company just doesn't even want to support it. It's literally not worth their time and effort, and it's more expensive for them to continue to manufacture and have a quality system than to sell a few thousand of these a year for a very specialized indication. There's another version of the shunt that is still available, but that could go away at any minute. So our group has been working on this and have a very unique design. We've leveraged a little bit of learnings from the cardiac occlusion devices, but really what you see up here in the middle is kind of a shunt that will grow with the abdominal wall of the fetus, because the fetus does grow significantly. Clever design, it works well in initial testing, but it really raises the question, do we need a patent? If no company is even interested in supporting existing devices, do we really need to spend $100,000 or whatever? I mean, that's generally what it costs in the US to do a well-written patent. Is it worth spending that, or is it worth investing that money in trying to really build a repeatable manufacturing process and just share this with the world, because nobody's going to make a lot of money off this, and that's not the intention. The intention is to make it sustainable and something we can get to patients who need it. And again, with maybe 5,000 uses globally, IP just might not make sense. So, I'm not a patent attorney. I'm not giving you legal advice. But I think it's really something worth thinking about when you're working in the most niche or small patient populations. And then the last one, which I'll touch on, is how do you potentially fund these projects? And I think, this is what I call the innovator's equation. There's a lot of things that go into this, but if you have a sense of what your market opportunity is, so for example, the umbilical catheter we'll go back to, we thought that was about a $20 million opportunity in the US if we sold one for every catheter used. And then you subtract what it costs you to get to market, you have to be able to do one of three things, in my opinion. You have to return an investment, which is the venture capital model, and they're generally looking for, at a minimum, 4 to 5 times return. They really like the idea of 20 to 100 times return. And they like big returns in terms of absolute numbers. So for a large venture fund that has $1 billion to put $1 million into the umbilical catheter and even get 5 or 10 back, it just doesn't move the needle for them. It's too small. So, but return on investment is important to consider, because if you're going to go for that, you have to understand that there's a lot of pressure, you want to grow, and you want to find an acquirer. Now, the other option is a model that we call return of capital. There's a smaller group of people that do this, but this is kind of the idea of, some people call it venture philanthropy, some call it impact investing. There's a few groups in the US that are beginning to deploy this model specifically in pediatric healthcare. And the idea is that, again, back to that example, okay, we'll give you $1 or $2 million to develop it. 5 years later, we'd like that $1 or $2 million back, but you don't have to give us 20 times. We'd just like our money back, and we'd like to show that we have had a positive impact in addition to getting our money back. And then we'll take that money, reinvest it in the next group, and try and have an evergreen fund that is able to support but not necessarily create huge returns. And then I think the last model is what I call philanthropic investment to sustainability. And that's the groups like the Wellcome Trust, Gates Foundation, and others. Sometimes they'll be willing to give you that $1 to $2 million, and you don't have to give it back. But the expectation is that ultimately you do get to something sustainable, right? You can't just spend the $2 million, build 20 devices or 100, and then you got to go back for more. You know, I still think that if you want to have impact at scale, you can use philanthropic dollars to develop, but you really want that to get you to a sustainable business. Doesn't have to make a huge amount of profit, but you want it to be able to continue to generate products for kids. So with that, I'm 1 minute over, but I will say thank you. Our program is growing. We love the idea of collaborating, again, across the US and across the world. I'll be around all day, happy to chat with anyone who's interested in hearing what we're up to, but we're really excited to be part of this ecosystem. So thank you all so much.
Thank you very much, James. Really lots of insights and reference and a lot of things to learn from. So thank you. Great, so we will continue with another presentation from Ivan Bofarull. Ivan Bofarull is Chief Innovation Officer at ESADE. He's book author that you may know, one of which is Moonshot Thinking, teach disruptive innovation in executive programs, and is listed one of the Forbes 14 top futurists in Spain for innovation. And he's been collaborating with many companies, one of which is Sant Joan de Déu, that helped define the innovation strategy and move forward with helping on what it is also innovation today. So Ivan, if you want to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Arnau. Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Jaume, and all the i4Kids team for having me here. I am really excited to be here, and it is not just saying for the sake of saying, I'm really excited to be here, right? It's because actually I have some skin in the game. I have two kids, a 10-year-old and a 5-year-old. The older one was born in the US, in the Virginia Hospital Center, close to Washington, D.C., and the second one was born in Sant Joan de Déu, in the Barcelona Children's Hospital. And what I can tell you is that the patient experience that my family and I were able to have at the Barcelona Children's Hospital is, to me, to my perspective, is unrivaled. And I believe that this is one of the super strengths, superpowers, that Sant Joan de Déu has these days. Now, I am kind of the weird guy in the room, okay, because I don't come from the healthcare industry, from any hospital. So what you are going to take from this presentation, from this session, okay, is a new habit, a new mental model that you can start applying into your organization from tomorrow or from next Monday. So what I'm going to ask you is that please, you step aside from your operational day-to-day activities for a while, just for a few minutes, 50 minutes, an hour, okay? And then you start trying to think in the new way that we are going to put together during the session, okay? Just to make a sense of who you are here. I would like to know how many of you come from startup companies. How many of you? Okay, quite a few, thank you. How many of you come from hospitals or from the hospital ecosystem? Okay, a few more. How many of you come from different organizations like pharmaceutical companies or similar? Okay, very good. Now, I'm gonna tell you about what is the agenda, okay, for these 50, 60 minutes that we're going to be together. Now, we're gonna learn about what is moonshot thinking, okay, which is this new mental model that I would like you to start thinking about, okay? Second, why is moonshot thinking relevant for you?
No matter what, if you come from a startup company, if you come from an incumbent organization like a hospital or like a pharmaceutical company, there is always a stake for everyone, let's put it this way. And finally, how to apply moonshot thinking. And all of these, we are going to work on this from practical learnings from across a variety of industries, okay? Beyond the healthcare industry. Now, something that I would like to start with in order to contextualize moonshot thinking. It's this thin line between success and failure. Most of the organizations here, and again, no matter what, if you are the Sant Joan de Déu, or if you are a startup company trying to improve, trying to add 10 times more value in a specific aspect of the industry, no matter what, most of you are successful organizations, successful institutions. However, again, the line between success and failure is so thin. And this is specifically relevant for those organizations like ESADE, a business school that I represent here, or like Sant Joan de Déu, one of the most successful hospitals around. It's especially true when you have such a strong identity, okay? When organizations have a super cool and strong culture, the difference between this strong identity and culture and self-complacency is very, very, very thin. And this is something that Andy Grove, the founder of Intel, mentioned a number of years ago, a number of decades ago, right? So success, in a way, breeds complacency, right? And complacency breeds failure for everyone. And he said something that might sound a little bit weird, but we will get a sense of what he meant, okay, throughout the presentation. Only the paranoid survive, okay? So before we start talking about why moonshot thinking is relevant and what is moonshot thinking, we should understand, we should have a sense about how do organizations like yourself survive down the road in the long term, okay? And the reason why I'm saying that is because I strongly believe that moonshot thinking is the, let me put it this way, and sorry about that because some of you might be doctors, might be from the healthcare ecosystem and so on. It's like the antioxidant of organizations, okay? Now, there are basically two types of organizations: startup companies and incumbent companies, okay? Let's say you are starting or you are an established organization, an established company. The fate for both of you is more or less the same. If you're a startup company, I'm sorry about those that raise your hand, if you're a startup company, your fate is to die very soon, in just a few months or a few years from now. That's the fate of most startup companies, unless that you are able to scale up, which means, in a way, to make something which is unique very repeatable in the future, which is quite a contradiction, quite a dilemma, and that's the secret sauce of startup companies. If you are an incumbent company, like the ones that Jaume and I are representing here, the fate is exactly the same. Our fate is to decline as companies, probably to die in probably down the road, but the fate is to decline as an organization, unless that we are able to do the opposite as the startup companies, which is that we have to start up again. We need to reinvent ourselves in a way. So both type of organizations, no matter if you are a startup company or established company, share the same kind of a story. And it's a story of transformation and perseverance in a way. And this is more true than ever these days, because innovation is basically, and specifically disruptive innovations, are basically non-linear, which means that there is a premium, there is a non-linear benefit for just sticking around. You need to stick around long enough to benefit from the non-linearities of innovation. Exponential technologies and exponential developments are always deceptive in the beginning. And Roy Amara, one of the famous computer scientists in the 70s, he said the so-called Amara's law, that says that most exponential technologies, we overestimate them in the beginning, in the first stages of development, in the first few years. However, we underestimate them. We underestimate the impact of those technologies and those combinations of technologies in the long term. And the reason, the fundamental reason here, is because, in a way, disruptive innovations take a long time to take off because we need to synthesize them. We need to tinker a lot with them. We need to try a lot. So we need to synthesize. And this takes a lot of time, sometimes decades. Okay? Now, what we are trying to do here today is to learn about a new mental model that is conducive to a new habit that we can apply tomorrow that, in a way, optimizes our organizations for long-term value. Let's say, for longevity. Okay? Now, what are the evidences of corporate longevity that we have here? There is a lot of literature. For those of you not familiar with business education, management, leadership, and so on, there is a lot of literature about corporate longevity. However, I want to stick with just one, which I believe is a good synthesis of what corporate longevity is about. It's this research done by Michael Raynor a few years ago, analyzing 20+ thousand companies in the US, public companies, across 40-something years, and he found what he called 100 miracle companies, those with a superior performance when it comes to return on investments in the long term. And what he found was basically two things. Those companies did not compete on price, but they differentiated. So he called that rule better before cheaper. And the second rule was something like revenue before cost. So as a company, as an organization, as a startup company in a few years from now, always be thinking about opening new options for growth, for revenue growth. On top of this, there is something, when it comes to revenue growth, there is something which is the real challenge and dilemma for organizations and for companies altogether, which is that we need, in a way, when we innovate with the famous S-curves, we need to jump from one curve to the next, from one curve of innovation to the next curve of innovation. And doing that carries out a dilemma, which is that we need to replace profits in the short term for potential profits in the long term. And this is a sort of an innovator's dilemma that we are going to talk about in a while. So, we want to find out about a mental model that is going to help us to open new growth options in our organizations, that is going to incentivize differentiation, and at the same time is going to help us to solve this innovator's dilemma that we were mentioning. So let's try with moonshot thinking, or so-called 10x thinking, as opposite to incremental 5% or 10% thinking, okay? As you probably know, as some of you might know, moonshot thinking is inspired or is informed by the moonshot, which was the moonshot in the 60s and the famous speech by President Kennedy. So moonshots basically have a lot of inspiration, that's true, have a lot of setting a new belief system. Not everybody believes in a moonshot, so in order to set up a moonshot, in a way, you gotta have some sort of contrarian leadership, right? But at the same time, and this is the most important aspect of any moonshot, is that it has to be credible. And credibility is founded on your ability to execute. There is no moonshot without ability to execute, to making that a reality, okay? If there is one company that in the last 10 years has popularized the term moonshot in the corporate arena, in the organizational arena, is Google. Google set up a moonshot factory, a so-called moonshot factory, Google X, 12 years ago. The leader of the moonshot factory is Astro Teller, and they define moonshots as a mindset that you use to approach a relevant problem by designing radical solutions by using a combination of exponential or breakthrough technologies. But for the sake of this session, what I like to do is to simplify. So I like to talk about moonshot thinking as a mental model, as a mindset that we use to take our organization, our startup, our project, our company to the next level. In order to maximize, always with having this in mind, to maximize not short-term results, but long-term value. Now, what is not moonshot thinking? Moonshot thinking is not only about ideation. True, it's part of the process. It's probably in the earliest stages of moonshot thinking, but it's not about ideation only. Moonshot thinking, as a strategy, is about making choices. When you think about moonshots, when you want to bet for something in an asymmetric way, you need to make choices. And making choices means accepting trade-offs. I'm choosing A, I am putting B aside, right? So one of the keys of moonshot thinking is how you go from optionality to choices. You can widen the number of options, but at the end of the day, you have to choose. You want to choose. You want to make strategy. You want to choose among alternatives. And moonshot thinking is not only about 10x only. And the reason is very simple. It's about the compounding effect of 10%. Even Albert Einstein mentioned that compounding was one of the 8 wonders of the world, right? So when we start a project with the mental model of moonshot thinking, it's true that our North Star is a 10x improvement. However, we are going to start in the next month or couple of months with a 10% improvement that is going to compound over time. And in order for compounding to happen, one of the key messages here is that you want to avoid silos in your organizations. One of the main problems, I'm pretty sure about that Jaume has at the Sant Joan de Déu Hospital is silos. Silos between different departments. Because when organizations are so much siloed, then innovation cannot compound. And that's one of the secrets of exponential innovation. We're going to try this here with a very quick exercise, okay? So let's say that you are the CEOs of an airline company. I'm specifically and on purpose taking you out of the healthcare industry, okay? You are the CEOs of an airline industry, and you are just thinking, so the board is giving you the task to grow the revenue of your company, airline company, like a flagship carrier, okay, by 10%, or reducing the cost by 10%, or improving the equation of revenue versus cost by 10%. A pretty simple exercise with many hypotheses that you can hold on your mind, okay? Now, this is let's say, a 1-item, 2-item, 3-item maximum action plan that you want to put together in a 1 or 2 year timeline. Very easy, okay? 10%, right? Why don't you talk with your neighbor, okay, with your peer for 30 seconds about what would you be thinking about? Think about one action to improve the airline's revenue or to reduce the cost by 10%. Talk to your neighbor, 30 seconds. Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough. Who wants to mention just one action that popped in your mind very quickly? Just one, okay? No pressure, okay? It's a relatively easy exercise, okay? Just mention something, just for the sake of brainstorming a little bit together. One action that you would take as a CEO. Okay. What's your name?
Pablo.
Pablo. What's your
Yeah.
item, power item?
For example, to land without using so much
Fuel.
energy,
Okay.
to reduce the consume.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Pablo. What else? Somebody was pointing at you.
I'm also Pablo, by the way.
Ah, okay, Pablo.
So another Pablo use the airplanes, which is something that the airline already owns for cargo
Okay.
in non-flying times.
Okay.
Non-passenger
Yes.
flying times.
So optimizing the space in airplanes. One more, just one more. From here. Who are you pointing at? Ah, okay, sorry. What's your name? Jordi. Okay, increasing the price ticket, that's one of the most obvious ones. Of course, that's very good. But now, would you increase the price ticket by 10x? What do you think? No? So now, let's say that the company has a new ownership from the Middle East, okay? And the new ownership is asking the executive board of the company and the CEO, who are you, is asking to, instead of growing by 10% or reducing costs by 10%, they are asking you for a 10x improvement, a 10 times improvement, okay? With a timeline which is more longer term, a 10-year timeline. So think about it with your neighbor again for 30 seconds, okay? And we come back to you. What would you do? What would you do? Not an action plan, but an idea. Okay, anybody? I am not expecting you to have, like the greatest solution ever in the airline industry, right? But does anybody want to share aloud what you were thinking about or sharing with your peers? Okay, what's your name? Joan.
I think it's complicated to think 10 years time.
Yes?
And I saw that you didn't specify 2 or 3 items, so
No.
I think that if you want to do a change in 10 years, you need a plan. It's
Yes?
pretty specific
Yes?
topics. So that's what we were discussing right
Okay.
now. It's hard to focus on just
Yes.
specific things, but we were thinking like finding secondary airports in touristic destinations that they would reduce the cost of landing there or taking off from there.
Okay.
But it was difficult.
Okay. Okay, but that's a very cool one. So you were going beyond the short. So you were thinking more along the lines of a new architecture, designing new routes, and so on. No, designing a new system altogether, right? Okay, thank you, Joan. What's your name? Rodrigo.
I think the goal of our airline company is to bring people somewhere. I will do that without the airplane.
Okay.
Build a new solution for doing that.
Yes, that's very cool.
Renewable energy or something.
Yes, that's very cool, Rodrigo. So you would get rid of your usual assets, right? Thank you, Rodrigo. Very cool. Up there, what's your name? Okay, Jennifer's team.
We had the same idea because, especially in light of climate change, that it would either need radical technology or a completely different way to move people, because people don't want to contribute to climate change and need new ways to get around.
Okay, thank you. Cool, super, Jennifer. Anybody else? Just one, okay? Oi, oi, oi. Wow, you're so excited, yes, to share your idea. Who are you? What's your name?
I'm Marichel
Marichel.
from 8th grade. We were discussing that, because people want things that are environmental friendly, so it's related to that. We would beg to have solar power.
Okay. 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 Very cool. Thank you, Marichel. We are going to come back to the exercise at the end of the session, okay? So we still have 30-something minutes to go, okay? And we'll come back, okay? So those of you that were raising your hands, okay, we'll come back to this, okay? Now, what I can basically tell about what I have been hearing about from you is that, so when we try to see the differences and challenges, no, when comparing 10% and 10x, so there is a couple of them that I want to highlight now, and then a couple of them that I will highlight and emphasize at the end of the session, okay? But for now, it's good enough to say that when we think about a 10% improvement, we usually focus on competition, right? So we are at ESADE or we are at Sant Joan de Déu, and we look at other business schools, other hospitals in Europe, that we focus on competition, right? And competition is basically a zero-sum game, right? Zero-sum games are zero-profit games as well, right? In the case of business schools, we look at rankings. In the case of hospitals, same thing increasingly, no? You look at rankings and so on, right? And you basically focus on the existing assets, you focus on your existing products, you focus on your existing customers, right? And you try to improve a little bit the efficiency of those assets, you try to improve a little bit the satisfaction of those customers with your existing products, or you try to launch a new product for the same customers, etc. But you basically focus on the existing, right? In the case of an airline company, you try to probably improve in-flight sales, you try to improve fuel efficiency, you try to improve the efficiency of your check-in process, and so on. So your mental model, we're going to talk about mental models today, your mental model is basically products, which in an airline company is flights, it's basically assets, which is airplanes, and it's basically customers, which is basically passengers in an airline company, right? But when you are thinking 10x, this doesn't work anymore for you. This mental model doesn't work anymore for you. You cannot improve your efficiency by 10x or improve your customer satisfaction by 10x, or if you have products and assets and customers in mind, okay? Now, and focusing on your competition doesn't work anymore. You cannot outpace your competition by 10x, right? Keep thinking about it, and we're going to come back to this at the end of the session, okay? Now, why is moonshot thinking relevant for you? Why is 10x thinking relevant for you these days? We're going to learn about this by taking lessons from both disruptive companies and disrupted companies, okay? So, starting with disruptive companies, what disruptive companies basically and fundamentally do specifically well is that they are able to de-risk. And this is a little bit counterintuitive these days, right? They are great de-riskers. They are able to hack the code of innovation and to de-risk every aspect of the code of innovation. So let's try to understand what is the code of innovation. What is innovation for you? I know a couple of people here who are experts in innovation, so I don't want you to answer to this, but what is innovation to you? Just what pops in your mind? Very quickly, what is innovation to you? In very easy words to understand. What is innovation? Anybody? What is innovation to you? Not an exhaustive definition of innovation, but one thing that you believe is innovation as a definition. What is innovation to you? You guys here in this area, what is innovation to you? Novelty, okay. What else? Improvement. What else? New solutions. What?
Creating a new need.
Creating a new need, okay. What else? Change. Cool, very cool. Innovation starts with a creative process, actually. This is how it starts, right? And it's a creative process that we use in order to find new solutions, right? for a problem that is relatively relevant for us or for the industry or for society as a whole, right? However, innovation has a very important aspect, which is that it has to be viable, as James was saying before, right? So there is a component of innovations which is having a market, right? And it has to be defensible, right? An innovation might be extremely creative, might be solving something extremely relevant for us, for our hospitals, for society, right? It might have a huge total addressable market. However, we cannot make it defensible, right? Because we don't have a technology, an IP, a process, whatever that creates a moat around that innovation and makes it defensible against others, right? And finally, it has to be doable. So execution is the greatest, the most determinant component of innovation. We might have a super creative innovation with a huge total addressable market. We might have an unbelievable, incredible technology which is super defensible. However, we are unable to put together the team that is going to execute, right? This is why we talk about market risk, we talk about technological risk or technical risk, and we talk about execution risk when we talk about innovations. So what do you believe is a riskier innovation, considering this formula that I'm sharing with you? An autonomous driving company or a company like Uber? What do you believe is a riskier innovation? Think about it. What is a riskier innovation? How many of you believe an autonomous driving company is a riskier innovation? How many of you? And how many of you believe Uber is a riskier innovation? Okay, now, so if your company, the company that you're investing is an autonomous driving company, okay, let's say Waymo, right, and a spin-off from Google, the technology risk is very high. And I know some of you might be thinking and might be saying, come on, Ivan, the autonomous driving technology is already solved. However, this is something that applies to your hospitals or startup companies or healthcare companies altogether. When putting together exponential technologies in order to solve a problem, to optimize for a problem, it's very easy, relatively easy for us to solve the first 95% of the problem. However, the remaining 5% of the problem is very tough to solve. So innovation, disruption is always non-linear and asymmetric, okay? Let's say when we put together AIs in order to solve for autonomous driving, there is a remaining 1% that we haven't solved yet, okay? So for an autonomous driving company, tech risk is high. However, what about market risk? Market risk is zero. It's zero. If it works, the degree of adoption is close to 100%. In the same way that the degree of adoption 100 years ago of an elevator, right, was close to 100% if it worked, if it was reliable enough, right? And what happens with Uber? Well, technology risk is very low because at the end of the day, it's a very easy matching algorithm about supply and demand. However, it turns out that the market risk is very high when it comes to Uber. Why? Because you need to be growing constantly to appropriate the market. The barriers are so low. Because the technology risk is so low, then it's not so much defensible. Okay? Now, we are going to see how the concept of risk, no matter what, if market risk or tech risk, has been substantially modified, altered these days. And this is why moonshot thinking is relevant. When it comes to technology, we are living in a new age. You know that. Basically, startup companies here. It's the age of code. It's the age, as Naval Ravikant says, an investor and philosopher in Silicon Valley says, this is the age of infinite leverage. Code has unique properties. We used to leverage on the human force, right, in the 19th century. We used to leverage on capital in the 20th century. These days, we leverage on code. And code has very unique properties. The most important one of the properties that has a huge impact on how you operate in your organizations these days is that it has a compounding effect. It's stackable. you can leverage on what others have already done before you, on what others have already written, on the code, on the lines of code that others have already written before you, right? So here is the counterintuitive thing. It's because of this, it's because you don't need to start from scratch, that you can leverage on what others have done, that it's much easier to start a business from scratch these days. And actually, it turns out that when you put together the main technology platforms these days, from DNA sequencing to machine learning to automation, robotics, etc., there is one common characteristic of these platforms, and is that if I try to open them, wide open them, and to look at the DNA of each of these platforms, I take robotics, I take DNA sequencing, I take another platform which might be machine learning, whatever, no matter what. I take every single of these platforms, and all of them have zeros and ones inside, which means that I can combine them faster than ever before and creating this stackable and compounding effect that we were mentioning. So tech is more accessible than ever. Now, what about market? It's the same thing. Marc Andreessen, one of the iconic VCs in the Valley that James knows about for sure, he mentioned more than 10 years ago, 10, 11 years ago, in an iconic piece at the Wall Street Journal, he said something, a sentence that many of us have used throughout the last 10 years, which is, software is eating the world. What he meant is this. I'm going to tell you about this with an example. Let's take a company like Uber. Uber is disrupting how I go from A to B. It's not disrupting the experience of driving, if you love or if you like to drive. Netflix is disrupting I want to watch this content here and now, but it's not disrupting the experience of going to the movies with my kids. Zoom is disrupting I want to connect with you here and now, but it's not disrupting the experience of being all together in the i4Kids event here today. Amazon is disrupting I want to get this here and now in 2 hours, okay, or tomorrow, the latest, right, this stuff. But it's not disrupting the experience of wandering around in Passeig de Gràcia in Barcelona, right? So what is Uber exactly doing? Uber is, first of all, scanning an existing business model of existing companies, of an existing industry, which might be the automotive or mobility industry, whatever, doesn't matter. It's scanning an existing business model. It unbundles the business model. It means that it breaks it down into different pieces, and then it basically takes just one piece away. And this is something that you can apply no matter to mobility or to healthcare. Just one piece away, which is a codifiable piece, an algorithmic piece, which is the ability to go from A to B, which is an algorithmic problem. There are many algorithmic problems in the space of healthcare that you can solve, okay? Now, that's why when it comes to market, you don't need, so you can really start a business from scratch because you actually don't need to start from scratch. That's the contradiction that we mentioned before. It's because you can go and unbundle an existing business model and just taking one piece away, the algorithmic piece. And one of the virtues of doing this is that you actually don't compete head-to-head with the existing players. A company like Uber doesn't compete head-to-head with Volkswagen or Toyota or whoever. It doesn't compete head-to-head. What it does is that it creates an entire new pie. An entire new pie with new cases, new use cases, and actually an entire new pie is one of the reasons why disruptive innovations happen, because incumbents usually don't pay attention to a new pie. They always compete for market share with the existing players in the industry. So this is why these days technology and market outreach is a new abundance. We can say it this way. And the greatest scarcity has to do with execution. We are going to learn about this new scarcity from the lens of the disrupted companies, and then we'll land it back to the exercise that we were working together. So the main lesson from disrupted companies is that when we study companies that have been disrupted, industries that have been disrupted, it was not because of lack of technology or lack of marketing capabilities, right? It was not because of that. And I'm going to give you a number of examples. So the reasons why companies are disrupted are basically because, I'm going to mention just two reasons for failure. One is too much focus on technology. Remember, Kodak had the digital camera inside. This is Steve Sasson, the researcher who put together the digital camera at Kodak. This is the picture phone, an anticipation of what the iPhone would be at AT&T in the year 69, the year of the moonshot, by the way. And it's also because of too much focus on following trends. You know that when you are following trends, you are always late because you are following, right? And we have seen this with many companies where James lived, right? We saw Ford setting up a Palo Alto center, an innovation center in Palo Alto. Walmart setting up Walmart Labs in Silicon Valley as well. General Electric, one of the greatest failures in the last few years, transforming itself into a software company, as Jeff Immelt was constantly saying, and setting up a center in Silicon Valley as well, right? There is research these days that has found out that most of the trends, we follow them because what we are trying to do is to send a status signal, right? We are, in the mood, okay? We are trying to send a signal to our peers in the industry by following trends. However, the new scarcity is focus. Focusing. That's the new scarcity. Because we live in a world of infinite options, of infinite trends to follow. Even Steve Jobs was saying that innovation is saying no to 1,000 different things. Dory Clark, an innovation consultant, she always says that disruptive innovations start with this, which is white space in your table, right? And A.G. Lovely, one of the greatest strategists in the last 20 years, he used to be the CEO at Procter & Gamble and then a strategy professor. He said that he was always pursuing a strategy of strategic abandonment because a strategy is basically choice. And choice for you, if you are a pharmaceutical company, a hospital, a startup company, no matter what, strategy and choice start by asking, what business are you in? What business are you truly in? Not what is your product, not who is your customer. What business are you truly in? Let's say Apple and the iPhones. Are they in the business of smartphones? Maybe yes, but maybe not. They might probably be in the business of luxury or in the business of signaling, right? And this is the reason why when you take the smartphones, the iPhone's market share is less than 20%. However, its market share in terms of profitability is more than 80% of the whole profits of the industry, because they have understood that they are not in the business of that product specifically, but in a different type of business, probably signaling or luxury. So one of the greatest challenges that you have is how you go from options to choice, to one choice. And remember that that one choice might not be linear, might not be the obvious one. Jeff Bezos, in one of his iconic shareholder letters, once said that non-linear bets, which are the bets where you found the biggest upsides, the biggest outcomes, you cannot rely on the evidence of data for most of these bets. So this is going to take us to the second reason why companies fail. And this is, to me, the most important reason. And it's this idea that sticks in the way that we proceed, that we usually proceed in incumbent companies, that decision-making has to be forged by a buy-in process, by a consensus-making process, by doing the right thing, by doing the thing that every single, let me say, MBA, okay, from ESADE or from Stanford, would say that you should do in your company. Stephen Elop, the former CEO of Nokia, once said a few years after the fail of the previous Nokia, okay? He said, we didn't do anything wrong, but somehow we lost. Somehow we lost the game, and they lost the game by far. Clay Christensen, who's the father of disruptive innovations, he used to say, it's because you do the right thing in your company, in your organization, in your startup, it's in your project, it's because you do the right thing, it's because you focus on incrementally improving the most profitable assets, the most profitable products, the most profitable clients, customers. It's because you meet the performance expectations in the short term, improving by 3% our net promoter score, improving by 5% the efficiency of this asset. It's because you do that in the short term that you will slowly start generating a blind spot around you. And this happens because initially, any disruptive technology or disruptive initiative or disruptive startup or company around an incumbent organization like Sant Joan de Déu is underperforming in the beginning the established one. And it means that it's also operating in smaller markets, and it's operating with lower margins, which means that it's not attractive at all for us, the incumbent companies or the incumbent organizations. Even when we look at ourselves in the mirror, we say, wow, I look amazing, look at me. Why? Because of these new disruptive players in the industry are underperforming us initially. Now my margins are higher because I can focus on my profitable customers and assets. So why does it happen? It happens because of an effect that is well documented in the space of research, which is path dependency. Path dependency in a number of ways, sticking to all frameworks in a number of ways. Architectures, expertise, our own success in the past. In the 1900s, this is one of the examples of how we stick to old architectures. In the 1900s, when we were implementing electricity in the old factories, what we were doing is that we were putting a dynamo, an electric dynamo, huge electric dynamo, in the center of the factories. Why? Because we were extremely conditioned by how the steam engine used to work. We had to take decades to understand that one of the greatest things about electricity at the time was decentralization. And this is basically what is going on today with AI. We are using AI by using the frameworks of the pre-AI world. But it's going to take time until we understand how to make our organizations more productive with AI. This is the reason why the Teslas, which are an architectural innovation, not a technological innovation, this is the reason why incumbent companies are it's taking so long for them to catch up with Tesla. But we have a number of examples when it comes to our path dependency in terms of expertise and past success. Some of them very hilarious. In the 1985, in the 80s, McKinsey made a prediction for AT&T about what was going to be the size of the cell phone market. They said that the size would be close to 1 million subscribers in a few years from when they made the prediction, but it turned out to be more than 100 million. They missed the forecast by 120 times altogether. In 1977, Ken Olsen, the founder of one of the most iconic companies at the time, the Digital Equipment Corporation, said that there was no reason why we would have personal computers at home. Marty Cooper, the inventor, not the founder of a company, but the inventor of the cellular phone, said that cell phones would not replace at all traditional wire systems. Mike Lazaridis, the CEO of BlackBerry in 2007, said that camera phones would be totally rejected by corporate users. And this guy, in a pretty hilarious way, histrionic way, some of you will have watched the video a number of times. There was a guy, a CEO of an iconic company, that said There is no chance that the iPhone is going to get any significant market share. No chance at all. And he was like laughing at the iPhones. This guy was Steve Ballmer, the CEO of Microsoft at the time. And finally, there was another guy who, as his biographer mentioned a few years ago, was saying, that is the dumbest idea I have ever heard. When somebody from his team presented a new product called iPhone. That is the dumbest idea I have ever heard. Who was this guy? Jobs, exactly. And why did Steve Jobs say that? Why did he say that? Because he was fearing to cannibalize an existing successful product at Apple that had helped to turn around the company at the time, which was the iPod. So, probably, when it comes to the decision-making in your startup companies or incumbent companies, what you want to do is not the right thing, but you want to do the non-obvious thing. You want to reverse engineer the decision-making process and start by asking, what if we could improve by 10x or 5x or 2x, doesn't matter. Something that looks totally irrational to you in the short term. And then you do a second question, which is, what needs to be true for this to happen? Because innovations, disruptive innovations, are oblique in a way. We cannot assess them with a linear mindset. The smartphones, the iPhone, was not disruptive to the existing cell phones or smartphones of the moment. It was disruptive to an aspirational idea of a personal computer put in our pockets. The Teslas in the last few years have not been disruptive to the existing hybrid or electric vehicles, but they have been disruptive. They have made accessible to some people an aspirational idea of the vehicle of the future. This is why Chang Kim, through his Blue Ocean strategy many years ago, he mentioned something which is truly relevant for incumbent and startup companies altogether, and is that customers do not have to be king or queen all the time, because they are going to always be asking for that 5%, 10% improvement in the features of your product. And this is why, in one of the most famous quotes in the history of innovation, Henry Ford, more than a century ago, said that famous sentence, that famous quote, that if I had asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses, of course. This is why you need a different lens. You need a different mindset. How do you apply this? And with this, we are going to wrap up the session. So what we have learned, not from the disruptive companies, not from the disrupted companies, but from the transformer companies, those that are able to transform startup companies into incumbent companies or incumbent companies into startup companies to reinvent themselves. Those companies that are able to transform themselves, they apply this different lens in a systematic way. They force themselves. Larry Keeley, one of the greatest minds in the space of innovation, used to say that innovations basically fail not because of a lack of creativity, but because of a lack of efficiency and approaching to them in a systematic and disciplined way, right? So when it comes to we look at disruptive innovations from the demand space, what we will see is that one of the highest market risks that we face is not crossing the chasm of adoption. And we cannot cross it unless that we don't put together 10 times or 10 times improvements, 10 times innovations, right? Tom Perkins, who was one of the founders of the venture capital industry in Silicon Valley, used to say, if it's not 10 times better, it's not better, actually. Thomas Thurston, who has been analyzing disruptive innovations and doing research about disruptive innovations in the last few years, says that one of his findings is that 10% improvements are very easily neutralized by incumbent companies. There are only two ways that you cannot be neutralized. Either you don't show any improvement at all, which is quite difficult, not showing any improvement at all while at the same time improving a lot, or you get a 10 times improvement that incumbent companies cannot catch up with. However, one of the most important messages here is that this 10 times improvement, this 10x thinking, should be applied to just one thing, one choice, one characteristic, in the same way that Henry Ford, more than a century ago, applied 10x thinking to the time to assemble a vehicle. Not anything else. In the same way that IKEA improved by more than 10x the cost of shipping furniture, not anything else. In the same way that Zara improved by more than 10 times the time to market, not anything else. In the same way that Google improved the storage of email by 500 times, not anything else than that. From the supply side, the highest risk of our organizations is our inertia. Remember what happened to Steve Jobs, right? So the best companies are those that are not afraid to cannibalize their most successful products. And coming back to Andy Grove, one way to do that is to force ourselves to go to the fringes and to disrupt ourselves. Now, let's go back to the 10% and 10x exercise that we did before. We said that we were not able, so this mindset, this mental model of focusing on competition was not valid anymore for us, was not useful anymore for us. So when you are trying to improve by 10x, what you want to do is to focus on not competing, not focusing on competing on your traditional competitor map. Focus on not competing, on finding a zero market risk space, on finding a monopolistic space. Look at Ajay Banga, the CEO of MasterCard. He declared war to cash, not to Visa, not to American Express, not to anybody else. He declared war to cash, a zero market risk solution. So when you are in the 10x space, the mental model of products and clients is not going to work anymore. You will need a different lens, and you will have to start from scratch, from first principles. And the way that you want to start from first principles is by going to the problem that you want to solve, not the products that you are trying to sell. So your mental model is going to be about problems. It's going to be about the jobs to be done, the tasks, the underlying motivations from your end users that you are trying to improve. How are you trying to improve the specific motivations that your end users have? And those motivations might not have to do with your product, okay? So products don't get disrupted. This is a mantra that you should stick with yourself at some point. It's not products what gets disrupted. It's tasks. It's underlying motivations. Uber does not disrupt the car or the automotive or the automobile industry. Uber is disrupting the taking me from A to B, an underlying motivation, just one specific aspect of the business model of incumbent companies. So going back to the airline industry, let's say that your mental model were problems instead of products, assets, or customers. Let's say that one of the problems that you might solve as an airline company is that you enable people to discover new places, right? And you put a certain combination of assets and products, airlines, tickets, and so on, aircrafts, tickets, and so on, to make that happen, right? So if you are enabling people to discover new places, you could probably develop a totally different company in the metaverse. Is that correct? In that regard, you would be unlocking non-customers. You would unlock the possibility to service those who don't actually fly, right? Which is a huge, bigger total addressable market for you. If you're a company like Accor, you could develop a project called Augmented Hospitality, unlocking non-customers, those who don't travel, by developing a platform that services the neighbors of the hotels that Accor owns or operates across the world. If you are Airbnb, look at this tweet from Brian Chesky, the CEO and founder of Airbnb. I think we are on the verge of a revolution in travel. And then he said, because of the remote work new paradigm, people are not just traveling on Airbnb, but they are now living on Airbnb. So in the same way, he is enabling those who don't travel but want to live at Airbnb. Clay Christensen, again, the father of disruptive innovations, he used to say, and this is a very important message here, that innovation is less. It's not about producing something new. It's about how you enable something new and important for the people that you care for. It's about enabling. It's not about producing something new. Another problem as an airline that you might be solving is enabling people to meet in a business context, in a corporate context. So you could develop instead a video communication tool instead of having airplanes. And by doing that, you would be probably unlocking non-competitors that wouldn't appear in your traditional competitor map that McKinsey or BCG would work for you. So, all in all, as a wrap-up, moonshot thinking, 10x thinking, starting with a what if and what needs to be true, instead of focusing on our products, on our assets, on our current existing customers, starting with moonshot thinking can actually boost, if we were a team, it could boost our defense strategy, right? Because it's going to de-risk ourselves, de-risk our company. It's going to enable us to anticipate disruption, to minimize downsides, to see that competitor in the blind spot that we wouldn't have seen otherwise. And at the same time, it's going to boost, it's going to strengthen our offense as an organization. It's going to stimulate our optionality, our imagination. It's going to create those options for growth. Now, I want to leave you with 3 questions. There is an operating system for implementing moonshot thinking that you can check out in the Moonshot Thinking book, based on 3 steps: anticipating, launching, and landing, which is about making choices. And I would like you to think about these 3 questions, no matter if it's for your startup company or for your incumbent company. What do you know about the nature of your industry, about healthcare, about the patient experience, no matter what? What do you know about the nature of your industry that nobody else in your industry knows about? Because this is actually what is going to respond to that question of what is the business that you are in. And this is what is going to enable you to anticipate to potential disruptions and to anticipate to potential upsides and opportunities down the road. The second question is, what do you believe about your industry that most people would disagree with you on? And the reason why I'm asking this is because any disruptive innovation is based on an asymmetry. You are believing in something in a magnitude that most people are not believing in. And this is why your bet might have an upside in comparison to others. And finally, because you need to focus and because you need to make choices and you have to decide among alternatives, the third question is about what do you know? What do you know how to do that others don't know or cannot do in the same way as you? Because, as we mentioned before, you have to put together disruptive innovations which are truly defensible down the road. My hope is that this 1 hour session has been inspirational for your startup companies, for your established companies and organizations with strong missions and identities like Barcelona Children's Hospital. I am a pretty reachable and accessible guy, so if somebody wants to keep the conversation at some point, always through Jaume or the i4Kids team, you can reach me at some point to keep this conversation. Good luck down the road, and I hope that you keep improving the world the way that you are doing right now. Thank you so much.
Great. Well, hope that's been as inspiring as it's been for me, and with lots of ideas on how to apply Moonshot to make pediatrics innovation better. So with that in mind, we have the coffee break that you can access from this door here, and see you in 20 minutes. Thank you. Good. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed this coffee break and that you enjoyed this morning with inspirational talks about what's going on in Stanford and a good methodology that maybe we can apply in many things in innovation, which is the Moonshot thinking. Now we will continue with the roundtable, focusing on innovation challenges in European hospitals. And when we think about the challenges that we have, probably you know, and that's something that James also talked this morning, that only 24% of the last decade approved by the FDA medical devices have an indication in pediatrics. And the thing is that more, or the majority of them, are for kids above 12 years old. Also, you would know that more than 50% of drugs are prescribed off-label. That means that in pediatrics, they are not designed, developed, and tested for pediatric use. But if we go to rare diseases, that can grow to up to 90%. So we have a challenging environment in pediatrical innovation, but also we have an ever-changing world with big challenges like environmental change, energy, which will be one of the greatest challenges we will face. And in fact, last week, we got this publication that suggested that pregnant women and kids would be the first affected in their health by the climate change. We've seen war and the impact that it can have in the supply chain. And the big crisis that it seems that will come, the economic crisis, that surely will have an impact in the innovation scene, startups, and new spin-offs. Probably new pandemics will come, and some that have still to be overcome. And we have a world, geographically and politically, that is changing. We can go to the virtual world that is coming, but at the end, nowadays in history, it's a time that thanks to scientific advances, technology, and research, we've advanced more than ever. So nowadays, we have solutions that can go beyond the brain-blood barrier to deliver therapeutics to the brain. We can have non-invasive diagnostics of meningitis. We can track children that are learning to walk again. And we can genetically modify viruses to cure cancers that were unbelievable to be cured before, like retinotherapy. So for that, what we can do as European references in innovation from children's hospitals and foundations to leave them a better future. And for that, what we've said is a roundtable with key opinion leaders and references from around Europe. We have Anne Keane, Innovation Manager at Children's Health Ireland. We have Paul Dimitri, Professor of Child Health and Director of the National Institute for Health Research, Children and Young People MedTech Cooperative. We have Mesik Malenda, CEO of Kids Foundation from Poland. And we also have Kathleen McGreevy, Chief Operating Officer from Mayer Children's Research Institute in Florence. So having all you here, let me start with a broad question to all of you. What do you mean by innovation, and how do you understand innovation in your institutions? So, who wants to start?
Yeah, either one starting. So, we have a very particular context in Children's Health Ireland. So, we're the 3 Dublin children's hospitals that are coming together to form one organisation in preparation for a move to a new building, brand new state-of-the-art building that we're hoping to get possession of next year. So it's a very exciting time. But because we have that context, we need to really think about innovation in a very broad way. So we're looking, by its very simplest definition, we see innovation as anything new that can be implemented to solve a healthcare problem or a healthcare need. And we're really putting a focus around culture and how we can create an environment that both nurtures innovation from within, but also is receptive to innovation coming externally. So that's a key focus for us. We're looking to see how we can increase capacity, confidence among our staff, and also how we can build partnerships to share knowledge and information, part of what we're doing here today.
Great. Paul, what's your experience?
Yeah, thanks very much. It's an interesting question, and I think Ivan picked this up in his previous talk, and I was interested to hear about Ivan's view of innovation, and I think he encapsulated it very well. So, for innovation to exist, we need to understand need, and we work very closely with children and young people, really to understand needs, and we also work with healthcare professionals as well, and we bring those needs together. So, unmet needs from the pediatric or child health perspective and from the clinical perspective are often quite different. So what we have to do is decide where those unmet needs are and where we should focus. But I think the key here is developing novel ideas, translating them into something that has impact on the children and young people that we look after. And when we talk about innovation, we always think about technology. And in my presentation, I'm going to show something where there's a mix of reality and technology that actually works very well. But innovation doesn't have to be technology, but actually we support innovation that impacts on the children and young people that we look after, the families that we look after, the clinicians that provide the care, that ultimately creates change for the better. And so when we talk about innovation, some of the innovations that we have developed in my own institution and as a network, and I'll talk about the NIHR, Children and Young People MedTech Cooperative, in a short while. But some of those things that we've developed, actually, you would look at them and say, are they really technology? But they are most definitely innovation. They have most definitely changed the lives of the families and the children and young people that we look after. So ultimately, I think our aim in healthcare is the impact of innovation on the wider healthcare community, those are service providers, healthcare professionals, the families, so the parents, and remembering that children start from very young, where they are totally dependent on their parents, to those that become independent through those transitional phases of development in adolescence. And so we think about how we develop the technologies, the changes that we make through innovation, through these new ideas for those children and young people as they develop through early childhood to adolescence.
Okay, thank you, Paul. What's your experience, Maciek, in Poland?
Yeah, so Paul, I have to agree with, I think, all of what you said. So from my perspective and from our perspective, innovation it's not a technology, it's basically change that is causing you to change to something new that wasn't existing before. So this is basically innovation for us. And sometimes change of a process, sometimes it's implementation of a technology, sometimes it's just the training that you need to do with the staff of the given hospital to learn that they can do things differently. That was done before because they have some experiences for 20, 30 years. And sometimes this change and the process of change is the hardest thing to do because people doesn't like change. And in our experience, we are the KIDS Foundation. KIDS is the acronym in Polish for Children Hospital Innovation Club. It was founded 3 years ago near one of the biggest Polish hospitals, Children Memorial Health Institute. because we saw that it wasn't changing a lot in a sense of technology mostly, but also the processes and the changes of today's world. But now, after 3 years, we are working with 20 hospitals in Poland, 20 children hospitals and wards, the children wards in Poland, pediatric wards. And we have around 300 people that are working around as a volunteers. So we gathered people, but what it's important, it's what Paul said. There's always a need, and we are always looking for this need to change. And we are looking and going deeper and deeper, and I hopefully will say about it how we are doing it. That this is the core of innovation. So without this need, without the need for change and to bring the better future for us, it's not existing. So this is innovation for me.
Nice. Kathleen?
So I think innovation is a really personal thing, and it really depends on the person that's doing the innovating and also on the organization and the personality of that organization. So I work at a public children's hospital that's part of the regional health system of the Tuscany region. So we tend to reflect on innovation either in terms of absolute innovation, so thinking about trying to invent something that doesn't exist anywhere else, and that sort of appeals to the part of my background as an engineer. Also, another part of it is more of a relative innovation. So what are innovations that maybe we can learn about what other people are doing, what other hospitals are doing, and try to implement a change within our hospital, and that appeals to the part of my career managing international relations for our hospitals. So I just wanted to say how grateful I am for the opportunity to participate at this event, because it's been just such an amazing opportunity already to learn so much and hear about what everyone's doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. So we see here different institutions from different countries with different sizes, but at the end we understand more or less the same innovation. But my question is then, what would be the main challenges and opportunities that you face at your institutions in pediatric innovation, meaning?
I think you referred to some of them there in your opening presentation, but I think for us in children's, again, it's very, I think, connected to each hospital and each organisation's context, but for us, we definitely have challenges around accessing staff time, staff energy. We're still in a bit of a post-COVID world. Are we post-COVID? We're in this world that we're in right now. But even without that, I think we're in very busy operational environments. So how do we create space for staff to innovate, to feel confident to do that, to feel like they have the time and the space to do that? So that is a huge challenge. And then as a publicly funded organisation, I think it can be sometimes difficult to work in a very agile way. We're in quite traditional structures. And the way we're financed is quite structured and hierarchical. And then we also have a lot of professional hierarchies in healthcare, not just in Ireland, I'm sure. Internationally, how we're trained as healthcare professionals, how we work sometimes as healthcare professionals can be very siloed. And if we're not coming together to work together and collaborate, sometimes we can miss those opportunities for creativity and innovation and sparking new ideas and new thinking. So all of those are definitely significant challenges, I think.
And on that sense, with the changes and the open of the new hospital and project that you have, do you see any opportunity for innovation?
Absolutely. I think with every challenge, there's an opportunity built in there somewhere, isn't there? And I think, for us, it's really looking at, what structures can we put in place to support staff and to create those spaces. But also it's about looking at what we have to hand, which is, the experience and expertise of our staff, working with external partners from industry, universities, academia. And then very importantly, and Paul referred to this, and I think James referred to it earlier as well, how do we tap into the very valid lived experience of our families and children and make sure that's part of the mix as well. So these are all the raw materials, I think, that we can use to create really exciting innovations, whether it be in technology, whether it be in process innovation, or looking at our systems and how they work.
Thank you, Anne. Anyone want to explain the challenges you face?
Yeah, I can add, I think, only to what Anne said, because I fully agree. Like you said that you think it's outside of Ireland also, and I definitely can say in Poland it's exactly the same. What I think also, and this is especially focused for us lately, is we, at least in Poland, we forgot that in this patient-centric care, post-COVID care, we forgot about, a little bit forgot about the hospital staff and in general staff of medical staff. So, so what we are thinking about more and more is also the doctor experience, nurses experience, the health professionals experience, because we see that for years we were treating them as kind of a gods, that you know, they were better than us, they were working 24 or 48 hours and they were never saying that something is wrong. But we see more and more this quiet quitting, burnouts, and we are working more and more with other foundations in Poland to work with the staff, and also to help them increase the experience that they have in their place of work, because without them, there is no patient experience. And lately I heard the great quote that people treat people, technology can only help those people treat them. So we need to care of those people, and without doctor's experience, we will not have the patient experience that we want to have. So maybe just to add that.
So can I just add to it, because I think, just to pick up on these comments, I sort of look at things in 3 dimensions, but I look at also in silos. So this question is about the people, the process, and the institutions. And so the people, when we talk about the people, it's the people we look after and the people that deliver the care. Healthcare professionals are really narrow in their view, and life is going to change as new healthcare professionals come through. Nurses, physiotherapists, doctors, as they come through, they're going to look at the world very differently to the way I do now. And I'm pretty broad-minded, but I'm also an older healthcare professional. And I worked in a very siloed system where you learnt about disease, you learnt how to cure people, and that was your job. And then you learn everything along the way about patient interaction. I didn't learn about coding. I didn't learn about artificial intelligence. I knew nothing about immersive reality until I met colleagues at the university. But it's about getting people to be broader-minded. The problem at the moment is people don't have enough time to be broad-minded. You've got to allow people headspace to be broad-minded, to think differently. But actually what I've also learned is actually you don't need to necessarily know a lot about the things that you can change, as long as you know who to ask. And this is where the wider community comes in. So I look at the sort of individuals, the children, the young people, the healthcare professionals, the families, and then say, well, how do we make that change? I can't make the change individually because I was never trained to do that. But actually, I know lots of people that do really, really amazing things. You know, they work in the field of data analytics and artificial intelligence. They create immersive reality. They work in the field of engineering. I go to these guys with a problem and say, look, here's the unmet need. And they go, yeah, we can solve that. No, most healthcare professionals can't do that. But if we learn how to interact in a community, then actually what we do is we facilitate change through that chain of people. The other issue, and going on an institutional level, is creating an environment that's able to do that. And hospitals are really challenging to do that in. And if you're a business trying to work in a hospital, it's incredibly difficult. It's a bureaucratic system that doesn't seem to cope with anything but healthcare professionals working in it, because it's the business of looking after patients. That's what we do. So what we have to do is create different or new environments that either happen within the hospital or cross the boundaries of the hospital to make sure that actually what we do is we affect that change by facilitating the ability to communicate and to create new products, new opportunities that will essentially cause impact. And then there's finally the word acceptance that comes into this. So, you know, when you say to a number of healthcare professionals, who would use technology? Some will go, yeah, I'll use it. Others will go, oh, no, I don't like technology. And in fact, they say they don't like technology, and the next thing is they pull out one of these, and they go, oh, I thought you didn't like technology. People are naturally barriered to technology. They say, well, I don't know what it does, I don't know how to do it, therefore I'll not use it. And in fact, what we've got to do is create a culture of change by educating and training people, what could be broadly talked about digital literacy, to make sure that we bring the whole healthcare professional and the patients and families up to speed with what we're doing. So when we create things, when we innovate, we create new products, we then need to bring those to use it and make sure that they understand how it's used and how it fits into a clinical pathway.
Yeah, I totally agree and think we have a challenge in closing this gap in between the clinical, the technology, and the technical, and keep working together, because there's also different languages and we have to collaborate more on that. Masik, I wanted to take up from your previous mention on the patient's participation, and I want to ask you if, what initiatives do you take into account to put patients in your processes of innovation? And second, as you mentioned, professionals, are you also taking into account professionals in this process?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So from the very beginning of Kids Foundation, because we were going up from various other industries, from banking, from finance, from insurance, and we all learned that the new fancy world like user experience and etc. So we started to dig down into that, and we understood that in healthcare it can be applied too. So the first thing that we do whenever we are starting any new project, we are talking with all of the stakeholders that are involved in the process. So, for example, when we were doing one of the biggest projects that we are still delivering, but it's one of the ones that we want to brag about, is the VR, the immersive technology that you will be probably talking about too. In oncology wards, when we started that, we found a solution somewhere in the world, but then we started to talk with the nurses, with the patients, with the parents, and we all understood what are the problems. And of course, it was hard because the specialists that were involved were coming back saying, these are the stories that I never had in my life. So normally I was working for a new banking system in my daily work, because what we are doing, we are basically taking the user experience specialists, some analysts, and saying, in your daily work as a professional, you're doing that. So in Kids Foundation, you can do the same. So it's knowledge voluntary work, not the typical voluntary work. So they did it, and they spent like half a year with the families, and they understood what are the problems, where are the problems. And with each project we do that. And of course, the problem there is that they are going back and they need some kind of psychological care that we are also providing for them, because the problems that they are facing, they are way different than in the daily job. But at the end, we can understand the problems. So we are not building the solutions just for the sake of building something new, innovative, and that we think that something is working. So, but we are listening to the patients and the parents, because parent is also a very important stakeholder in the children path. And our goal is always to decrease the stress that is not necessary in the context of going to the hospital. So, for example, other projects that we did, we initially thought that, because it's always starts with some kind of idea, we initially thought that parents are always worried before going to hospital. They don't know what's going to happen. So we thought that it has to be some technological thing, like, like some portal where they can find all of the information, etc. But we started to dig down and talk with the parents, and they said like, yeah, it would be enough if we have some kind of like paper on the entry of the hospital. And it's so easy because some of the parents were not technological savvy. So we, instead of doing the portal, we started to do just kind of like envelopes with all of the information at the beginning. And they loved it. And they said like, this is changing my life, because instead of worrying where to go, how to solve things, I'm just getting all of the information at hand. And I can go and be stressed about my children's health, and not about how to go to the given ward or something. So sometimes it's not a technology, sometimes it's just listening to the needs that our patient has or the parents has. And the same with the because you are asking also about the healthcare professionals, we are always also including the healthcare professionals. So for example, with the VR project, we listened to them that they were really stressed about sterilization and how long it will take for them to put on this goggles, etc. So we started to do it with them. We asked them what are the problems, how to solve it, and we are also solving those problems, because we understand that none of the innovation will be implemented if the healthcare worker will be not happy about those solutions, because they will push back and they will say like, in theory, yeah, I'm agreeing, but in practice, it's lying somewhere in the corner, and I'm not using it. So.
That's interesting, thank you. Because one experience focuses in putting the professional in the middle, immersing them, and professionals from outside the hospital in the middle of the needs. A little bit like, for me, resonates to the biodesign process that was explained before James Wall. And the second is focusing on the health literacy that before we were talking about also with Paul. And what's your experience? You know that you in Ireland you have great collaboration with companies. How you put in the equation also for those collaborations with companies in innovation, patient professionals and families?
Yeah, I think sometimes we can put a lot of barriers in the way of how we include patients and families, and sometimes we assume that we know what they need. And I think particularly in pediatrics that can be true because we're quite empathetically driven, and we pride ourselves on that. But often we're not asking the questions in the right way or in the right spaces. So it's about creating those spaces where you're really getting a deep understanding of what the needs are. And I think, when we're talking about adoption and we're talking about scalability and spread, if we really get a good understanding of the needs and develop something that's very empathetically driven, it's going to really increase your chances of it being adopted and potentially scaling up. And I think just to pick up on something that that Paul was saying earlier as well, I've just lost my train of thought, apologies. So, for us, it's about, we're really interested in looking at, when we work with our staff, for us it's really important that we're encouraging them to go back to the needs and stick with the problem. So we have a bit of a tendency, I don't know if it's a healthcare thing, where we tend to rush in, we can fix this, we're going to solve this. But it's really important that we're just taking a step back and taking our time with just staying with the needs, sticking with the needs before we rush into a solution. And sometimes we have a tendency to rush into a solution with technology. Sometimes it can, and that may not be what's needed. Perfect example you just gave there, Magic. We tend to think, okay, there's a need here. How can technology fix it? But technology is an enabler, and it's only an enabler in situations where people will use it and want to use it. So that's really important. And what we're trying to encourage in Children's Health Ireland is, we're using things like design thinking, we're training staff on design thinking, and we're trying to get them to really stay in that empathy pace for longer than they even feel they need to, and really getting deep around the needs. And that involves talking to families, talking to children and young people, and really sticking with the problem.
Great. So more or less, we have all the vision that we need to go to the unmet need, find really unmet needs, and try to involve all the ecosystem, families, parents, and professionals to be involved so that we can take the most of this process. And going to Kathleen, we've talked before in the presentation about the impact that all this situation in the world is having. What would you think is the impact, and what do you think we could do as innovation hospitals in Europe to help move innovation forward in this changing world?
But I think that all organizations, not just children's hospitals, are going to have to really change the way that they do a lot of things. And we're all going to have to find a way to contribute to overcoming these huge societal challenges. These aren't just even healthcare challenges, they're societal challenges that we're all facing. I think one of the important trends that I hope that we'll be seeing is that children's hospitals will continue to take on more and more of a role of leadership in their local communities and regions, and really put the expertise that they've developed make it available to larger communities. I'm just thinking, in these days we're working on a grant application for digital health for community medicine, which is frankly something that's taking our whole team really kind of far out of its comfort zone, because we're used to thinking about how to innovate within the hospital, and now we're trying to think about how can we innovate within not only our region but also within all of Italy. How can we reach hard to reach and vulnerable groups? How can we reach children that are in rural areas that perhaps are socially, economically disadvantaged, migrant children, thinking that perhaps one of the best ways that we can help treat those children is to make sure that they never have to come to our hospital. So we're thinking about how we can apply, for example, simulation techniques to try to help develop new products, adapt to existing technologies to try to reach these kids. And I think that that's going to be a really important effort that all of us are going to have to be making in the next years if we want to try to respond to all of these challenges that you mentioned.
Paul, how are you facing this?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, and I go back to that from our previous speaker, the word disruption, because it's important that we champion innovation and technology, but that we disrupt the current healthcare system. And so we talk about hospitals, and actually hospitals are only a small part of an enormous healthcare system. So in the UK, we talk about primary care, which is essentially general practice, community healthcare, health visiting. We then talk about secondary care, which is the kind of district general hospitals that are delivering generalist care, and then specialist care, which is tertiary. And we talk about hospitals that way. We say, well, how do we do things in the hospital? And we say, well, actually, should we be thinking about doing things in the hospital, or should we be thinking about how we move everything out of a hospital and deliver healthcare in a different way? One of my colleagues in Cambridge said to me only a few weeks ago, she said, our aim is to create the smallest hospital in the world. And I thought, well, there's a good start, because actually if you aim to do that, your notion then is that you are creating a system of change, that you're pushing the boundaries of healthcare in the old system where everybody comes to hospital because that's the place where you are cured, you receive a treatment. And actually we have new ways of delivering care that we've never known before. A decade ago, some of this stuff did not exist. So I'll talk a bit about virtual reality in my next presentation. But actually, virtual reality rehabilitation can be delivered at home. That child never needs to come to the hospital to deliver that form of rehabilitation. So we now need to think about using our capabilities of developing technology through innovation, developing change that drives healthcare in a different way. And actually, to take that one step further, I suspect what we'll end up doing is disrupting those models of primary, secondary, and tertiary care. We won't have those barriers there. We will just talk about healthcare as a much more fluid system by which technology is an enabler. And I think that's a really important point there. Technology enables this. We're not getting rid of healthcare professionals, and we're not getting rid of healthcare. What we're doing is we're developing new methods of doing this. And we go back to that principle. Do we need it in the hospital? Can we deliver healthcare in a very different way? That doesn't mean to say hospitals can't exist. Of course, the surgeons would say, well, of course, I need an operating theatre. But actually, the question there is, well, they need an operating theatre, but do you need that many people in the operating theatre? Can it shrink down because there are other people elsewhere that can facilitate that operation that may not be present in that theatre at the time? So I think it's beholden upon all of us to say, to move to that phase of disrupting healthcare for good, making sure that we keep young people, children in the community, deliver healthcare in a different way. And ultimately, the knock-on effect is a total societal change. That actually, if you keep children in the community, they get to go to school more. They get to interact with their families more. They get to make a contribution in other ways as they get older. So it's not just about ultimately disrupting healthcare, it's also creating a system of change that facilitates other parts of life that will impact on a nation as a whole.
Thank you, Paul. I love this idea of disrupting health, and I see you've done your job during the coffee break on thinking how moonshot thinking can be applied to pediatrics. Also, that made me think on something that we were talking yesterday with our friends from Stanford, that we were talking with a surgeon in oncology, and he was talking about neuroblastomas, one of the more complex developmental tumors for kids. And we were thinking of ways to solve part of the problems that they have in surgery. But the great disruption here would be not to get to that point. So not have the tumor at the beginning. So it thinks a little bit challenging, but it's this moonshot thinking thought on how to make things different. So I love that. Maciek, would you want to add something on that?
there is one thing that I'm always saying, that we are always now thinking about sick care, not healthcare. We are saying this is healthcare, but we are basically talking about sick care. And what we are saying is about bringing healthcare. And I fully agree. We should think about outside perspective, not only hospital. And of course, it's hard to do it now, as we have silos and we have the different financing for the public-private institutions, and it's hard to find stakeholders that are interested in general health, because in theory all of us are interested in the general health, but in practice, when it comes down to the business, and you said also about it that all the hospitals are basically businesses, and not only hospitals. There's a different interpretation of what healthcare means, and I think what we need to bring to the table is that we should find the stakeholders that are interested in the general public health, and we see that I see the trend that is changing, that people are bringing more and more those ideas to the table, the ideas of preventive care and not having to go to the hospital at some point. But I think we still have years to come to that, and until that, we should, I think, do innovations on the hospital level, outside of hospital level, and the small communities level or bigger communities.
Can I just pick up on that? Because there's a really important point there. I wrote a paper recently on precision diagnostics, and it got me thinking about how we approach health and disease. And I absolutely agree with that. We don't really talk about healthcare, we talk about sick care because we care for the sick. And it got me thinking about actually what we do very well and we're getting better at is precision diagnostics for illness. What we don't do very well is diagnose wellness or diagnose good health. Yeah. And good health starts in childhood. It doesn't start in your 50s and 60s. There was a real move many years ago to sort of focus on the 50 years plus and saying, this is a focus on prolonging life, health. And actually, I thought, why don't we shift that to children? And we think about what keeps people well enough for long enough. And so we should start to think about moving into that field of diagnosing good health. What are the facets, what are the aspects of healthcare or health that keep people healthy into adulthood and into old age? And so there is a challenge here now to say, well, we need data to start to understand that. And there is a whole process of systems biology now where you start really at the sort of DNA level, and we talk about genomics and the other omics, proteomics, metabolomics, etc. But it gets bigger and bigger until we look at the wider environment. And the new challenge for us is to democratize data that we can get from the general public. How we manage to get that environmental data, and by environmental data I mean near environmental as well, so there is a lot of data that's on mobile phones about how people interact with them, about what they look at, how they manage their health, etc., that we can pull in. But we need access to that data, and people need to trust healthcare professionals, data analysts, etc., to give that data across. But as we build that data environment from the omics to the near and wider environment, we will understand better how to preserve good health. So what we will move into is an era, I suspect maybe a decade or longer away, in diagnosing good health, not just diagnosing disease.
So going beyond the sick and moving to the whole life of a person.
If I can add on that, because I fully agree with you, because I think for now we are keeping, like, I have my personal experience. I'm not a child, obviously, but I have my personal experience because I'm using the glucose monitoring, like the continuous glucose monitoring. I don't have diabetes, but I'm doing it for the sport reasons. And I came to my doctor saying, like, can you analyze my data? And he said, like, no, because I don't know anybody else who is using the constant glucose monitoring when he's healthy and he is not diabetic. And I think we are missing that. We are missing this point of achievement, what means to have a good, healthy life in your 20s, in your 10s, in your early age, even later. And we are all the time thinking about not having disease, but not having disease means like it's a really late stage to address. And I think we should go back in this assessments. Yeah.
I mean, I was really interested in what you said, Majek, about, it's difficult to find the stakeholders, even though we're all stakeholders in this, So there's, like, the question, I suppose, a little bit controversial, is that profitable? Is it profitable for us to be innovating around, so that there's a real question there. And obviously we're healthcare providers and ethically, that's what we want to do. But it's, I think that's a challenge in the wider ecosystem. In terms of how we innovate around that, and finding people that are interested, invested, beyond corporate social responsibility, that it's a really it's a driver for change. So I think that's the real challenge. It's obviously the thing that we need to do. It's clear.
Yeah, I think, and I think nowadays I hear more and more on I think a Polish level, but I think also European level, to think about quality healthcare and about paying for quality, paying for keeping people healthy, and not treating sickness. But basically, it's the model from China from thousands of years ago that the doctors were paid for keeping people healthy. So maybe we should revise that and look on the history and check how it was done. I agree that I don't know if it's profitable. In theory, it should be, because keeping people healthy, it should be profitable. But
yeah, our driver. But it's just the wider, for the wider ecosystem.
But I think it needs the change in the benefit system and how we are paying now for healthcare.
So for looking for sustainability, it goes to impact. And I will come back to innovation. Are you measuring the impact of your innovation, the innovation being done in your institutions? Do you have something set in place to measure the impact that it's having?
Shall I start with that one? Yeah, I think, so it's a big word, impact. And you can look at qualitative, quantitative impact, and the wider impact on individuals, systems, healthcare professionals, etc. So yes, we do measure impact. The question is what impact people want. So I always think of impact as if I'm going to tell somebody a story about why we need something, it's got to have impact. Now, an impact to a commissioner is different to an impact to a healthcare professional, is different to an impact on a parent. And we've got all those factors to consider. So coming back to your question, do we measure impact? Yes. But we measure impact probably imprecisely, and we tend to be quite linear in the way we do it. So when we publish research, the impact is such that we are publishing data that shows change. However, the National Institute for Health Research asks us for case studies, which actually may not be a lot of data there at all, but there may be some change in the way we deliver care, where the uptake of that particular technology has allowed us to deliver care in a different way. So we use case studies to demonstrate impact. Impact on patients' lives is really different, because what I believe is making a change and what impacts on a family can be sometimes very different. So actually, measuring impact is sometimes about asking the patients and the families, how has this changed your life? How has it made a difference? That might not be quantifiable. I might not be able to write a research paper on that. I might not be able to go to commissioners and say, well, I've got all this data that says this. But actually, what might happen is it might revolutionize the patient's lives. And you'll see a video that I'll show in a bit, where one technology that we have been looking at has massively changed patients' lives, massively. And I don't want to give the secret away too quickly, because it's in the slides. But I think, in answer to your question, yes, we do measure impact, but we also need to understand where we need to measure it and why we need to measure it and who that impact changes. But ultimately, the last bit of it is to say, what's the purpose of the impact? Is the purpose to get that technology into a hospital? Is the impact about supporting a company to get that technology in the market? Is this about getting a research paper? So, people talk about impact factors with research papers, that actually that impact is important for the universities, that those papers are published in high-ranked journals. Do we measure impact through funding? If I'm an academic, I say, well, I've got so much in funding. That's impact, but I haven't actually done it yet. So impact's a big word, and so what I would say is we need to understand why we're measuring impact, who it's for, and what its purpose is.
Good. quickly, the others, are you measuring somehow impact in your institutions?
Yes, but probably not very well. I think probably when we try, it's easier to quantify anything that involves money. So it's easier to quantify, return on an investment, see what the impact of our patents are, things like that. I think what's more difficult to quantify is what's the return on our mission, and that's something that is more qualitative. But it would be really important to develop or apply ways to measure that more appropriately, and try to find ways also to balance projects in such a way that perhaps some initiatives help to improve our return on investment, and then those funds can be invested in other projects that have more of a return on mission. I think that would be a really good thing if we could figure out a way to do it.
Yeah, so in our case, I think I agree with you. It's really hard to measure outcomes, especially with the various stakeholders. In our case, we mostly discuss with parents and the professionals how they like the solutions that we provided. And I think the biggest measure for us is are other hospitals willing to implement the same solution as we did? Because we are not working with one hospital, we have this opportunity to work with many hospitals. And this is our aim. This is our goal. So this is again about the values that we provide. So we want to commoditize the innovations that we are doing. So we are doing it for the one hospital, and then giving it to the public, saying if you want to implement it, we can help you with that. But we will help you teach how. We will teach you how to do it, not to do it again with you, because we know how to do it, and we can help you with that. So those projects are the best, and we see that they're implemented in many hospitals now, and we like those kind of measures because this shows general public that our foundation is working, and it also shows to the Ministry of Health in Poland that some of the projects that we did maybe should be funded publicly, and maybe it should be part of this general thing that is being done with the Polish hospitals, not only the children's hospitals. So this is our goal, and that's why we are measuring that too. But it's more qualitatively, not quantitatively, being measured.
For us, and I think because we're looking at culture, my own background is organisation development, so over many years been trying to understand how to measure culture and culture change, right? And it's very similar to thinking about something like impact, because it's quite nebulous, there's so many, it's so complex, there's so many different factors involved. So we're looking at it in terms of less the quantifiable stuff, which we sometimes can be a bit obsessed with sometimes, like the figures, and we can certainly measure and collect data on figures, but is that going to tell us anything about impact? So for impact, the real currency potentially, and I think you touched on this, Paul, is stories, really hearing from families and children in terms of how innovation have impacted them and made a difference in their own lives. And I think those stories, I think the benefit of that is it's something that everybody can relate to. It's much nicer than looking at a graph or a set of figures, if you're actually hearing the real lived experience of people. So that's kind of where we're focusing. And in the same way for staff, we're really looking to see hear the experience of staff in terms of how they're experiencing the innovation and the innovation structures as well. But impact is a really hard thing to
challenge,
measure, isn't it? Yeah.
So we are getting to the end of the roundtable, but I would like to finish seeing that there's so many challenges. It seems that we need some kind of public-private collaboration around Europe. So I would like to end with one question. How can we support and foster collaboration across Europe? Maybe Paul, you want to start?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's something I aspire to every day that I work in this field, is to foster collaboration. So I'll talk a bit about how we set up collaboration in the UK, but I just want to get bigger and bigger and collaborate. But we've got to understand what collaboration means. And so I think, and there I sort of make the difference between a partnership and a collaboration. So partnership is about, basically joining forces with people. Collaboration is actually the action of doing something. And so we've set up a few collaborations both within the UK and internationally, where we partner first. We say we'd love to work with you. Let's develop a partnership. And then I always say, let's just do one thing. Let's do one thing, because I guess it goes back to Ivan's talk again. If you concentrate on too many things, nothing gets done. But in fact, if you concentrate on one thing, one project, and it works, that is the seed of the collaboration, because you know that you can work together that you know there are multiple different people within those teams that can work together. You know that actually through a system, through a methodology, that you can create something or create change, and then that provides the platform for moving on. So I think in terms of moving this forward, I think it's about developing the partnerships. So, you know, I've travelled here today. It's fantastic to see so many people here. I'm sure I'm going to chat to so many wonderful people in the next 12 hours or so. But ultimately, what the next step is to say, right, we have talked, we've spoken about possibly working together, developed a partnership. Now what can we do that cements that partnership, that becomes a collaboration? And if we do that, if we keep doing that around Europe, with either 2 teams, 3 teams, 4 teams, however it works, then I think ultimately we'll develop a European network.
Thank you. Kathleen, what's your view on that?
So, I completely agree with what Paul had to say. Obviously, I think you know, sometimes it sounds like a slogan, but the most important thing is the people, right? And it's really important for us to stay in contact, to build relationships, to build trust among one another. I think that's going to be fundamental for any collaboration moving forward. But I also have to say that, you know, I've been working on European collaborations for the last 16 years, and I'm a little bit embarrassed after having heard the last speaker, because I'm thinking, okay, I've been working all this time, but I have not been applying moonshot thinking. And I do think that we need to maybe change something radically about the way we're thinking about collaborating. And I don't know what that is. I think that's an open question for everyone in this room. And I hope you guys all think about that, because we want to know, because we would definitely want to try to, I think, really change the way that we're interacting with one another. So.
Thank you. We're running out of time, so one last word, Masik or Anne.
Just, I mean, for me, the value of collaboration is the knowledge share, you know, and really learning from each other. We're all taking slightly different approaches to innovation, but there's so much commonality as well. And I think even for, you know, for our own practice, that's really useful to be connecting and hearing that. And for, I'm sure there's people in the room in the same space. So, yeah, it's just about building that knowledge sharing and relationships. I think is really important as well.
I think what I can add to all of those previous conversations and discussions is I really like the idea of one project, because I think the focus on one thing, even though thinking about moonshot thinking, I think the one project is always creating this kind of let's focus on short-term goal and deliver it, and then from that we know how to collaborate together. We know the pitfalls, we know how to, we know all of the things. So I think this is a great idea, and I think this place is great to start some new collaborations.
Great. So maybe now in the lunch we can talk about this first project all together.
Definitely.
And with that, we finish the round table. So hope you enjoyed, and we will move to the next presentation. Thank you. And after this roundtable, we have Paul that will stay to present Virtually a Reality, the new world of pediatric healthcare. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Need some water?
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. You're with me for a little while longer after the roundtable there. But it was a fantastic roundtable. It was nice to speak to my colleagues here, and I'm sure I'll be speaking more with them after the meeting. And to thank the organisers from i4Kids, the whole team, many of whom I've met in partnership, in collaboration, in previous meetings, and it's a pleasure to be here. And it's also a pleasure to see so many people. Who'd have thought Pediatric Innovation could get this many people in a room? It's fantastic. When I walked in, I was late because I had to come from the UK this morning. But I walked in and thought, wow, this is great. So many people. I'd love to see this in the UK as well. So I'm going to start with a history. And the history's not long, but where I started in the UK with developing a network to support child health technology. And it started with this, which is Titch. But I'll take you just a step before that. So I've had a number of different research leadership roles over the last 10 years or so. And one of them was to do with a Medicines for Children research network in the east of England. I was deputy director there at the time. And I used to go to meetings, and we would talk primarily about research, commercial or non-commercial research, and every time I got to that meeting, there was a section on medical technology. And we'd get to that section, and you'd say, who's developed something in health technology? And then we'd just move on. There was silence in the room, and I thought, we're missing something here, because I knew that there were some great things going on in adult healthcare, and I thought, well, what about pediatric healthcare? Why are we so devoid of technology? We have an opportunity here, because after all, we keep saying the same thing. Children are not small adults, therefore they need their own technology. So I got together with a team in Sheffield. So I live just outside Sheffield in the UK, which is in the east of England. I got together with a team and said, we're doing a lot of this sort of stuff locally. We're developing technology, but shouldn't we be doing this nationally? So we went on a roadshow around the country with a number of different hospitals and said, well, what are you guys doing with technology? And they said, well, actually, we've been thinking the same thing. And I said, well, let's form a network, because everybody perceives the pediatric health technology market as small. And actually, it's not. It's a sizable market. It's just it's untapped. And we formed this network, TITCH, Technology, Innovation, Transforming Child Health. And we ran it from Sheffield. The next thing we did was we did our homework. And actually, this comes back to the previous speaker's idea about the consumer. These people here are our consumers. They are the people that we look after. They are the people that ultimately we've got to deliver for. And so what I did was I got lots of people in different workshops talking about child health technology. Where are the unmet needs? What do we need to do to affect change? And that wasn't just healthcare professionals. We had academics from various different institutions in various specialties, gaming, software developing. We had people from engineering. We had funders in the room. And we worked out where the unmet needs were. And we had loads of them. And then we had a real challenge on our hands, because we had to categorize those unmet needs. And actually, what came out top was quite broad, which was this idea of remote monitoring and also about self-management. And actually, self-management makes sense. So I'll take an example, diabetes. I'm a pediatric endocrinologist. I don't do diabetes, but I did train in that area. And I used to always think, am I really making a difference? I see these patients for 15 minutes, and the next time I see them is 3 months later. And they self-manage. And actually, a lot of healthcare is like that. So what we've got to try and do is facilitate that in a way that we can help people to self-manage better to improve healthcare and improve the lives of these children. Anyway, we worked with a number of different funders, and actually, through working with funders, this was the biggest competition here, Small Business Research Initiative, which is funded by NHS England. Through that process, there was £4.2 million awarded, 3.2 million of which went to 5 companies. And this was a game changer for child health technology. This was the moment where I thought, we're onto something here. We had 81 applications to this call. 2 rounds, first round 9 companies got 100,000, second round 5 companies got up to 1 million. And actually, what then happened was a lot of things happened very quickly, is that we got really, really busy. And then I thought, right, we've got a problem on our hands. We are managing, it was me and a program manager. I was doing this in my spare time, and my program manager I funded. And we were just getting more and more requests for doing things. So we thought we needed to get funding. So this is the NIHR, the National Institute for Health Research Infrastructure. It's got lots of different parts to it that are focused around innovation, evaluation, and adoption. So there are biomedical research centres, clinical research facilities. In amongst those are what are called the NIHR, MedTech and In Vitro Diagnostic Cooperatives. It's a real mouthful to say. And there are 11 of these. We applied for funding in 2017, and we were successful. And we formed the NIHR Children and Young People MedTech Cooperative, the only one of, we call them the MIX, MedTech and In Vitro Diagnostic Cooperative. The MIX, it was the only pediatric-focused MIC. And the way I created it was actually by a consortium approach, because actually to do things just in Sheffield isn't enough. If you go to a company and you say, look, we're working across multiple different hospitals, actually the commercial offering is really good. And the opportunity for development or collaboration, development and adoption is also really good as well. So we developed these 7 themes. really focused on clinical areas, so cancer, respiratory and sleep, transition, rare diseases, ventilation, which has now moved into respiratory and sleep, epilepsy, movement and muscle disorders, and surgical technologies. And we now have neonatal technologies, which is a seventh theme as ventilation has moved. And we are pretty technology agnostic. We don't say we're just doing immersive reality or we're just doing data analytics. We will work in any technology area or we'll support work in those areas, right the way across the board. Got a lot in immersive reality, we've got some machine learning, sensors and assistive technology, we do some work around mobile apps. And we work right the way across the innovation pipeline, but primarily in these sort of first 5 areas, from idea or proof of concept through to clinical evaluation. But I wanted to also show you this because this innovation pipeline, if you put innovation pipeline into Google, it will stop there, one from the end, diffusion and adoption. And the bit that's always missing in the innovation pipeline is acceptance. If people don't like the technology, they'll put it in the cupboard and it will gather dust and someone will find it years later and go, oh, what's this? Acceptance is hugely important. Acceptance within a clinical pathway, acceptance by the service provider and the service user, which is the children and families. If they don't like it, it won't get used. And we work in 2 areas, but I think we're mainly focused on this side, unmet needs in child health. So this is the market pull. And actually, for those that work in healthcare or work with children and young people, they will tell you what the problems are. People will tell you. Actually, they might not tell you directly. You'll hear someone moaning, oh, I hate this. This always happens in my job. And you say, well, why don't you change it? There is something out there that can make that change. And every time I give a presentation to healthcare professionals, I say, go back to your work and find the thing that irritates you most. And then chat to someone to see how you can change it. Because I can guarantee you it will be changed. Or it can be changed. It's just you need to find the right people to do it. Sometimes we work in the field of technology push, where actually great technologies come through and we start to think, how can we utilize those in healthcare to affect change? I think this is the harder area, the technology push. But ultimately what we do is that we put patients and families at the heart of everything. So really the sort of 3 main players around here are academia, industry and health. And we work on the principle of technology designed for children, with children. My view is if children and young people and their families have not been involved in developing those technologies, then the chance of failure is greater. So this is what we've done in NIHR so far. So one of the things about working in this field, and many of you that do will realize that you keep moving forward and forward, and it's sometimes you don't get enough time to look back and see what you've done. And actually we did this for a few years back in 2021. So we looked at our activity from 2018 to 2021, and we realized actually how much we'd achieved in a short space of time. We'd leveraged, it's now over £10 million worth of funding. That doesn't all come to Sheffield. That's supporting companies to get money, that's supporting research grants, that's some of my own research grants, my colleagues' research grants, but ultimately we have leveraged over £10 million for child health technology. We've worked on 173 different projects. Some of them we've just provided advice, some of them we're leading on. But importantly, speaking of collaboration, over 50% of them involve an industry partner. An industry can be SMEs, 123 SMEs there, or global companies. And global companies are actually easy to work with when you find the right group of people to work with. And for example, I work with colleagues from IBM. They're a great bunch to work with. So global companies are sometimes difficult to access, but great once you get the right people. We look after PhD students and mentor them. We hosted the first Robotics in Pediatrics and Child Health Showcase in the UK. I'll come to the Child Health Technology Conference in a minute. And we publish newsletters, we publish in peer-reviewed journals. And that number of peer-reviewed journals has really gone up in the last year. And this is the Child Health Technology Conference. This is great, actually. This studio does not exist, okay? This is a virtual setup. So we did this online. So you'll notice somewhere on the top there, there's Begonia up there, who was one of our esteemed speakers in Child Health Technology 2022. We ran the UK's first Child Health Technology Conference in 2021. And it keeps getting better and better, and our speakers are fantastic. And actually, this is all online, but we work with a company that creates a whole virtual studio environment that if I told you what I was really sitting at, you'd think, no, I was on an old school desk in an old chair, not in that lovely looking studio. And I would strongly encourage you to join us for CHT 2023, which has already been announced. The dates are announced, it's online, and I'd love to see you all there. We're going to do it virtually again, not because I don't like meeting people, because I love meeting people, but actually because I want to create, exactly as we've discussed in the previous session, a global community focused on developing technology for child health. So I'm now going to talk just about a few of the projects that we've been working on, just to give you a flavour of the type of things. So, so this is the first one. This is a colleague of mine, Professor Heather Elphick from Sheffield. She looks after children who are on non-invasive ventilation. And one of the problems that, when she spoke to parents, and again, this is the value of speaking to parents, she said, is there a problem? They said, yeah, there is a problem. The problem was that the mask that the children used was developed from an adult mask. It was just made smaller. But think of kids. Most kids have a round face when they're young, and their face gets longer as they get older. So how can a long mask fit on a round face? And of course it doesn't. So what then happens is that the machine alarms because the seal on the mask is not correct. And that keeps the families awake overnight. So they sort the problem out themselves. And what they do is they tighten the mask as tight as possible. It creates a fantastic seal. The problem is it creates facial deformities. So there's midfacial hypoplasia there, which means the middle of the face hasn't developed. And there you've got quite significant scarring there. For some children, they've got the faces pushed to one side because the mask is so tight, the facial deformity, or the face starts to form in one direction. So what she then did was said, well, okay, let's take the technology that's available and create bespoke masks. And actually the concept is really simple. In reality, it's harder, but the concept is simple. What you do is you create a 3D map of the face, and then you create a computer-generated mask that goes over the facial topography that fits perfectly. The computer will get that to fit perfectly. And see that on the top right there. And then what you do is you 3D print it. And you've got a bespoke mask for a child. And then what you can do is once that mask stops fitting properly, you chuck it away and make another one based upon the new facial topography of the face. So here's an example of market pull, a problem that was looking for a solution, and the solution was 3D facial mapping and 3D printing. This is something we're just working on at the moment. We're doing the evaluation of this. We call, so when children are not brought to clinic, we used to say DNA, did not attend. But that changed because actually when you say did not attend, it puts the onus on the child didn't attend. So we now say was not brought. In other words, someone didn't bring the child. And what we want to understand is why children don't come to clinic, why parents don't bring them. Because actually it's an incredibly high expense for the National Health Service. It's billions of pounds lost in missed appointments. So we're trying to understand the population, the type of people that don't bring their children to clinic. That might be for financial reasons, it may be for transport reasons. We don't really understand. We have an idea, but we're using machine learning now to try and understand that in a better way. I said earlier I'd talk about virtual reality. We've just got 20 headsets in our hospital that we're going to use for distraction and painful procedures. So I'm working with our transformation team. And this is the exciting bit, because what we're saying is, well, where should we put 20 headsets? You know, let's send one there and one there. So we're deploying these headsets to see how they work. And the obvious one is phlebotomy, taking blood. But actually, I've got some of my colleagues saying, well, what about skin prick testing for allergy? What about giving experimental drugs in research? So there's lots of different areas we can use virtual reality for painful procedures. So this is a project that we've completed, but we need to get through the regulatory and commercialization phase. But this came from an idea that we had about delivering rehabilitation in a different way. So I keep harking back to Ivan's presentation, but actually we didn't change the physiotherapy. The physiotherapy is the same. The movements are the same. Everything is the same. The way we deliver it, the way we get from A to B is different. And that difference was virtual reality. So our games developer looked at the movements of the children by watching the physiotherapists, and then started to bring those movements into a game. And this is from the BBC. This is a television clip of the interview that happened with the parent.
Most of our kids have quite a long-term condition that they need to carry on doing their exercises for sometimes several years.
So remember to keep that one held, so a tight grip on the one on your right.
And they're doing the same things day in, day out. It gets really boring, no one wants to do it. Sometimes it's painful. It's just not really fun. They want to be out playing and doing things with their friends.
It's kind of a bit more playing than exercising, even though you are still doing your exercises. Like, it's fun as well. Oh gosh, that was fun.
Do you need a break or anything like that? Is your arm tired or?
No, it's fine.
She didn't find it easy, whereas before she would have given things up very easily, but she wanted to keep going. She wanted to pop another balloon.
Yes, got it.
So, I mean, that's been literally a game changer for these children, but we created a new problem, actually, because most of these children say, I don't want to do my game, my exercise, it's boring. Some of the children, you know, a teenager been asked to move their hands like a tiger. You know, okay, right, I've moved my hands like a tiger. Try doing that over and over again every day. Now we can't get the kids off the games. So initially we couldn't get them on, do their exercise, now we can't get them off them. But it's been a great way in which we have delivered healthcare in a different way. And
my name is Ivan Phelan, and I work as a researcher at Sheffield Hallam University, where we do some work with VR and healthcare. And I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the work we've done with Sheffield Children's Hospital around upper limb rehab. So you have a lot of patients who are admitted to hospital for all sorts of reasons. It could be a bad injury to their arm, it could be congenital, after surgery,
in which the children were asked to move their hand back,
burn patients who had to stretch the skin, and they may have to do this over a period of years.
They have to pull the arrow out.
So you can imagine that
and
could be quite frustrating.
The other thing you learn about children when you do these games is they learn
engaging with the exercises they're giving.
So they were hitting the arrows, you know, pulling them out the side, and so we were having to make some adjustments to get over. The children were really clever.
To kind of engage.
The other one, which I don't know if the guys up here can fast forward it. The other one is a tower game in which the children are climbing. But what they did was, and I spoke about that tiger movement for a reason, which was
match those movements in a gameplay mechanic. So we first of all spoke to some physios and kind of saw the motions that they require for their exercises. One of them was like, behind the back.
This is a different type of rehabilitation. This is lower limb rehabilitation. Now, the reason why I show you is not just more rehabilitation, but this is about being adaptive with the technology. So what we had was a new problem here. We wanted to do lower limb rehabilitation, but we wanted to make sure that it really was for the lower limb. Now, if you think of virtual reality, you've got two hand controllers. But actually what you want to do is rehabilitate the legs. So what you'll see in this clip, this was on Channel 4 News a few weeks ago, what you'll see with this is that my clever colleagues at Sheffield Hallam University created two braces to go around the legs that you could put the controllers in, and so it's tracking the movement of the legs now and not the hands. So
just keep walking down the road. Once you see those monsters, just try to aim at them.
12-year-old Noel is killing monsters and escaping spiders, all within the confines of a corridor at Sheffield Children's Hospital.
It hurts a bit.
He has a rare condition, a venous malformation in his right leg. It means constant operations to help him walk. And after those surgeries, he needs a lot of physiotherapy.
Tell me when it gets really tight.
There.
But using a VR headset to play a game has made that physiotherapy so much more pleasant.
You have to walk through a street, like you just have to shoot monsters by looking at them, and at the end you get to fight a big monster with these yellow targets, and if you get all the yellow targets you'll be able to win the game.
Do you forget that you're actually walking?
I don't realise how far I'm walking because I'm so concentrated on the game with my score.
It's been a massive difference for me because, I mean, the anxiety of knowing that your child's going to be having a lot of pain trying to get out of bed initially, and then trying to get him to actually do a few more steps and, you know, pushing. And it's been nice having him look forward to something, because generally he dreads the physio sessions after an operation. But mention of the VR, he was waking up excited, looking forward to his next session.
And just let me know if it's blurred.
So I'll leave that there, but imagine children waking up and saying, "Let me have my physiotherapy." That's fantastic. But the physiotherapy is the same. It's just a different way of delivering care, but a way which is hugely popular for children. This is something we've just started on a project, and so I haven't got any film to show you, but we're looking at using virtual reality for social anxiety disorder, and this has become particularly prominent following the pandemic. There are a lot more children now that are accessing mental health services and suffering with social anxiety as a consequence of being isolated for 2 years or more. So we're now using VR to try and integrate them back into challenging situations using a graded approach to exposure. Don't know if these guys can show this up there in the technical room. If not, don't worry. Okay, so I'll talk while they're doing that about immersive reality. That's probably the advert before YouTube. So this is immersive reality. So we've just put this in on our oncology ward, our cancer ward. And this is basically immersive reality without a headset. So there are 6 projectors, one on the floor, 4 walls, and on the ceiling. But it doesn't seem to be moving. It doesn't matter. But these are touch sensitive, so these children can, some of these children are in hospital for weeks and weeks. And we're creating new environments for them to explore while they're in hospital. And everything is touch sensitive there. So you can see one of our play specialists there in these different environments is starting to move around. Now, one of the questions that I asked quite a while back, probably about a year ago, from one of these companies is, yeah, but what actually if you can't move?
This will make a massive difference for
we're just
lots of
trying to
various
work around that.
reasons.
And they're trying
So
to get
it's an escapism for children. They're in hospital for a very long time on the oncology hematology ward with us. So this will be amazing. They can come to the wards, they can see the flowers, they can go to New York, they can go to the beach, automatically blood sugar, turn it off immediately if they get anxious or worried, but we can also work through those feelings, and it means we save.
It's a good example of technology working against me. Okay, this is a different hospital. These are one of my collaborators in NHS at Medtech, Older Hay Children's Hospital, who I'm sure many of you have heard of. They've created a whole augmented reality system about coming to hospital. So you can select a character. So this character here is called Moosey. He's a moose. You can click on that, and then here's an avatar that basically navigates you around the hospital. And you can see on the top right there different parts of the hospital. But this is to reduce anxiety and to help navigate children and their families through the hospital before they come. This is one of my favorite technologies, only because it's frugal in one sense and it's technology focused in another. So what we did was we worked with a company called Dubbit, who are a games developer, who we wanted to reduce anxiety for children coming for MRI scan. So what they did was created this mixed reality play kit. And so I'll just run the 2 videos in tandem. So actually what we do is we send a flat pack, not real size. You're not going to get a flat pack MRI scanner and build it in your front room. It's about this big. And what you do is it's a cardboard cutout, and you build the MRI scanner, and then you use your mobile phone to do the scanning. Now, it doesn't make as much sense there as it will on the next slide. So this is what the cardboard cutout looks like, and the child can select their wee person that goes in there. That's a Playmobil person, and then they select the program on there, and they can then decide which parts of the body they scan. So just press the button there, and then they can select which bit of the body they scan, and there you go, it's scanning. I get that reaction every time. I love this. I think this is so good. But why it's so good is because you can do what kids love to do, which is make things. And it's not just technology, it's about making stuff. And it's actually quite difficult to build. So children then have to interact with their parents to build it together. So it becomes an interactive thing at home, but they also understand the technology that's required to do an MRI scan. So I'm just going to talk briefly about social robots, because I've got a PhD student that's working in this field. We're doing a lot of work around social robots. So one of the projects that we're doing is working out which of the social robots, because there are quite a lot of them, which of the social robots, I'll just show you. That's Miro, that's a kind of androgynous animal. We've got Nell, which is there, and then this is Pepper, who's almost my height. And we're trying to work out whether these robots reduce anxiety in certain settings. So we've looked at them on the oncology ward, on the medical daycare unit, on a theatre admissions unit, and in an outpatient setting. But this will just give you an idea of what's happening, what fun my PhD student has.
I don't like peas, said Daisy. If you eat your peas, you can have 10 puddings, stay up really late, you don't have to rush for 2 whole months, and I'll buy you a new bike. You really want me to eat my peas, don't you?
So Pepper is just telling a story, but we're starting to learn that these robots are reducing anxiety. This boy is in the theatre admissions unit. So he will be going for an operation. How wonderful that he gets to interact with someone that's telling him a story in a really nice way. You can see he's enjoying it. It's a bit weird,
You don't
but
like
he's enjoying
Brussels,
it.
and I don't like peas. But we both like.
On a completely different area we're looking at is how we deliver remote care. So this is a company called Taito Care that we've been evaluating their product in what's called Yorkshire and Humber, which is the region that Sheffield is in. And we're basically, they've got 2 kits. They've got a professional kit that you can use in the hospital, and then you've got a home kit. But you can see from that previous picture there that this can be done in the home. You can actually use the kit to look inside the throat, in the ears. You can use it to auscultate the heart and the lungs. That information can then be transferred to the clinician in real time and then can be uploaded to an electronic patient record. So there's a real opportunity here to deliver healthcare in a different way, hence the discussion earlier about moving care from the hospital to the home. 3D printing has been used to facilitate operations. So this is a scoliosis of the spine, a curve of the spine, and that has been taken from an MRI scan, 3D printed. So these are my colleagues again in Alder Hey. The surgeons are using it for pre-operative planning. They say it's wonderful. They can really visualize what's going on before they go into an operation. The challenge here, and this comes back to this issue about impact, is you've got to be able to demonstrate that it changes what happens during or after an operation. And it's very difficult to do that because actually we've not managed to demonstrate that so far, which is why I think the uptake of 3D printing hasn't been as popular as I initially thought it would be. I've just put this up because this is this weird and crazy idea that I've got, and I met with a group of people last week about this. This is Microsoft holoportation. So what Microsoft have done is created the HoloLens. I don't know if you've seen that, but it's a sort of augmented reality type set of glasses that you can visualize. You can bring things into the screen and visualize them. And the next step of holoportation is to be able to communicate with somebody in a different place by seeing them in a 3D image. So this girl here, you can see in the top left, there's loads of cameras around her. He can see her in his room in real time in 3 dimensions. So they've called it holoportation. And in fact, it has been applied to healthcare. So Professor Stephen Wu from Glasgow, I've got nothing to do with this project, but Scotland is a very different geography. It's very centralised in its cities with a few people living out on the Highlands, in the Highlands and Islands, some of them having to travel 5 hours to get to a hospital. So what Professor Wu has done, he's a plastic surgeon, is in a centre in Glasgow, speaking to this gentleman here who lives in one of the islands in Scotland, but he can see him in 3 dimensions, so he can start to assess his operations, his movements, etc. I'm not sure how refined it is yet. I've only put it up there because it's just an idea that I've got of how can we use it. So I'm thinking about, where this will work, and I've been speaking to colleagues in the hospital about how to be able to deliver this. I'm going to just skip over that because I've got a few more slides. This is something that is a digital platform that we're developing in Sheffield. I'm heading up this project. This is for young people moving in from pediatric to adult healthcare. We're working with a company called DigiBeat, and we're creating a chatbot that that young people can access to find out about their healthcare, what to do, what things they need. Because transition, the movement from pediatric to adult healthcare, is terrible. Imagine a young person that has been looked after, wraparound care in a children's hospital, then they go into this crazy world of adult healthcare, not knowing what to do. So we're using this platform with additional materials to help facilitate that process. But the other reason why I put it up here was this. So when I think about a chatbot, I think about this amazing avatar. I think about the film Avatar and and I think that's what kids want. You know, they want this really high-tech avatar. We've worked with a focus group. That's what they wanted. They wanted that, which I looked and thought, I really don't understand children anymore. I'm getting too old. But what they wanted actually was just a simple smiley face there. You know, so that's their avatar as they created it. Coming to the last part of my presentation now, but I want to show you this just because we spoke earlier about impact, and technology is really changing children's lives. And we've been working with this company. It's a company called Sight Plus, and their technology is called Give Vision. And what it's actually doing is it's taking children and adults that have terribly poor sight. They can practically see through, you know, a pinpoint, and it is changing their sight in a way that's never been done before through the technology. I'll just show you this video just to show you really how technology has impact. Oh, they're going to run it for me. That's it. Can we have the sound?
You all right, Charlie?
Thank you.
Charlie. Charlie? What's wrong?
It works.
Are you all right?
Yeah.
Are you just really pleased?
I died.
Take it off for a minute, buddy, you'll get it wet.
I love that typical Yorkshire phrase, take it off, buddy, you'll get it wet. You know? But actually, that boy could not see. Genuinely, he is practically blind, and now he can go to school. Well, he was going to school anyway, but he can go to school with his peers, he can read books, he can watch the television. Imagine I made this whole room black. You couldn't see anything, and then I just flicked the lights on, and you could see that screen. That's what he can see now. That's changed his life. So that's impact. That's what, and this is what we've got to aim for, is changing these young people's lives for good. Finally, on my aspiration, which is almost a reality, which is in Sheffield, we are going to build the National Centre for Child Health Technology. It is not a hospital. It is far from a hospital, but it will have clinical activity in there. But the plan is, this is going to be a big centre. It's 4,000 square metres. It will bring industry, academics, healthcare professionals into the centre, all to work collaboratively to support child health technology development. We are almost there with the funding. If we get the funding, this will be built by 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. And with that, we finish this interesting morning that I hope you enjoyed. We've gone from the US to some parts of Europe to see how innovation is done, and we've learned about the moonshot thinking methodology. So in the afternoon, we will have 2 great announcements, and we will have the pitch competition and the final ceremony. So now let's go for lunch. Thank you.
Okay, so I hope you have enjoyed the time with friends during lunch. Now, dear audience, we are going to enter into the innovation contest phase. First of all, I would like to say that we are very proud of the incredible response that we have had this second edition, with a large number of applications received, actually more than the ones that we expected, and all of them focused on solving pediatric and maternal needs. So thanks a lot first to all the participants that have been trying and wanted to improve children's life. From all these candidates, we have selected 6 projects that will participate to date in the i4Kids Innovation Contest. The 6 projects will present their proposals in a few minutes. But first, we want to look back at what happened with the 6 projects of our last edition. Just a second. If you can pass to the next diapo. Okay, now. The last projects of our last edition. We're happy because last year, and maybe they don't remember, we made a special request to them. We asked them to become role models for the pediatric innovation community and show to the pediatric innovators that innovation is possible, it's profitable, and it's meaningful. And we are very happy to see that they have taken important steps on these directions. For instance, first company, OncoHeroes, has currently established a key partnership with Vall-d'Hebron Research Institute for the discovery of development of new therapies for childhood sarcomas. In parallel, another company that presented last year, Gate2Brain, has been awarded with the Spanish Neotech grant and the prestigious Caixa Research Consolidated grant. And following these steps, the Project Lab has received the Caixa Research Validated grant. On the other hand, the Newborn Solution startup was the only Spanish health tech startup awarded with a very competitive European Innovation Council Acceleration grant. So congratulations for this award. And finally, 2 of the startups that presented last year have been raised pre-seed investment from our friends from Ship2B Ventures. So congratulations to Smart Lollipop and Dana Health. The 6 finalists of this project will take the chance of show their innovations to you today, and you will be able to see what they have been working on. And just last time, we asked them to come here not only as contenders, but also as ambassadors of the innovation in pediatrics. So this message is for you. You are not here just to participate in a contest. You are here to inspire innovators and support pediatric ecosystem to become bigger and stronger. So no pressure. But this is still a competition, and we have juicy prizes for the winners, so let's see the money. Today, for the first prize, we have 25,000 euros. For the second prize, we have 15,000 euros, and for the third prize, we have 5,000 euros. And in addition, the first and second winners will receive in-kind legal advice from our collaborator from RSD. And all this has been possible only thanks to our sponsors that have co-financed the prizes. So thanks a lot to Fundación Mar, to Roche, to R Laboratories, to ABG Patentes, and to RCD Law Firm. To select the winners, we are accompanied by a great panel of experts, here seated in front of me. The jury for this second edition is composed by Esther Riambao, CEO at Oniria and co-founder of Gate2Brain, Laia Pascual, investment associate at Ship2B Ventures, Pablo Prieto, digital health consultant, and Javier Sánchez, clinical scientist at Philips, and Jordi Cruz, board member of the Rare Disease Spanish Federation. They will evaluate the projects for their impact and their potential to reach the market from all the key perspectives. So thanks a lot to be here today with us. And now that everything has been said and that everybody has been presented, I'm pleased to start the innovation contest with the first finalist. So for the first finalist, we will talk about decisions. Taking decisions can be difficult. Now, try to imagine that these decisions has to be taken in complex situations like an intensive care unit for newborns. Not easy, right? This is why the next project focuses on developing tools to support decision-making processes in newborn infants. So please give a big applause to Guillermo Martín and his project Neocardio Predictor.
Hi. You can hear me? Yeah. Hi, I'm Guillermo Martín, and I'm here to present Neocardio Predictor. Every day in Spain, 3 new children are born extremely premature. That comes to 160 all over the world. 1 of every 3 will have serious circulatory problems, and this will cause them several consequences like brain damage, gut injury, or even death. Right now, indeed, if 2 identical children are born extremely premature, and they are born in different hospitals all around the world, doctors will have different data in different formats, not even similar. They will have different available drugs to admit. They will use even different threshold to admit them. And they will use different logic. So it could be that one of them receives treatment and the other not. So there are several challenges here. Could we have an homogeneous way of extracting data so it can be used in every part of the world? Can we use a homogeneous logic so it can be used always in the same way for the same situations? Can we create a way of creating a logic that is more effective than the one that we have in every place now? And more important, could we adapt this logic so every case we find in the world, this logic is adapted again? That's why we created Neocardio Predictor. Neocardio Predictor should have an homogeneous way of extracting huge amount of data to create this logic, okay, from different oximeters and monitors. It should have an artificial intelligence that can process this amount of data and create always the same logic for the same situations. This logic must be much more effective than the one right now. And it should be adaptive. So every time we find a case, the logic is updated. We've already faced some of these challenges. We've already created data extraction, and it can extract a huge amount of information from different oximeters and monitors in the market. This information is huge. They are more than 120 variables, and they are extracted real time. Apart from that, we've already trained the artificial intelligence. It's been trained with 100 cases from Hospital de la Paz, and it can be adapted to every case that appears in the market. And we've seen that we think more or less we can have an improvement of 20% of effectiveness against the logic that is being used right now in Hospital de la Paz. We are currently working on getting more data. The more data we have, the more cases we have, the better the logic is. We are trying to encapsulate that logic in a computer so it can be put, that computer, in every part of the world without no further technical knowledge to execute this logic. And we are trying to get European approval. We are working with a consultant company, and we think that we could have this approval from the European regulator in 4 or 5 years. Apart from that, more than that, we think this product can be profitable. We've been looking for more artificial intelligence competitors, and they are not approaching serious circulatory problems. There are no settlement costs associated because we've already created the logic, and after getting the European approval in 4 or 5 years, we think that just in the first year we can have a profit of 100,000 euros, taking into account that we only sell 6 licenses. You can think about it. Improving 20,000 children's life per year is the goal. Neocardio Predictor is just the method. Thank you very much from Mari Carmen Bravo, consultant neonatologist at La Paz University Hospital, doctor in medicine and researcher for more than 15 years, and creator of this idea. Juan José Fernández Tebar, data expert, master professor and computer engineer, and myself, that I'm an MBA, entrepreneur and computer engineer. Thanks a lot.
It's time for the questions.
It's working.
Thanks for the presentation. Nice to see. I was wondering how much extrapolate the benefits of this solution to other hospitals far from La Paz, because as far as I understood, you have all the training and all the validation done in La Paz. What is the expected performance in other hospitals?
The problem here, I have to talk here, or I cannot hear. Hello, hello. Here? Yeah. No, what I was trying to say is that to work with other hospitals and try to execute this logic, first of all, we have to do this process for European approval, because right now we are trying that in a trial, but it must be in a process where you compare the selection of one medicine, one drug by the doctor, and by the doctor assisted by this logic. That's why we are doing it with the logic we have right now. And we are working with that consultant company just to do this trial. And once you have this trial, you can execute it in other hospitals. But apart from that, the logic is prepared to be executed in the cloud. And if we have the approvals, it's totally adapted to any hospital in the world.
Guillermo, thanks for the presentation. I have a question regarding the actual use case. So how do you see physicians using this? I mean, you mentioned there is potentially 100 different inputs, and then you're going to produce an output. How is the physician going to use that output and integrate it in clinical practice?
Yes. The problem here is something that is very well documented in the world. When you have this kind of problems that is very complex, and you have this kind of amount of information that is huge, we were talking about 120 variables, and they are extracted real time, you can have ticks of 1 minute. It's almost impossible to be processed by a human brain, you know? When you execute this kind of logic that is artificial intelligence and is proved for some other cases, what it does is just it gives you, without any reason, a result. You have this percentage in this case of applying this drug and having success. Of course, we don't want that logic to execute directly the drug. We want this as an advisor, because there could be something that is not in the model. For example, the doctor can see something outside and he says or she says, come on, we are not going to do this because I know this other variable that is affecting this model. It's just an assistant, you know?
I got it. No, my question was a little bit more directed towards, is that assistant going to be integrated in clinical settings like electronic healthcare?
Our idea is to have one computer. When you have one of these kind of children, you can connect the monitors and the oximeters to the computer. And once you have it connected, you just execute the model. And then you are extracting data, and when it has enough information in several minutes, it's saying you, okay, in this very moment, if you execute this drug, you are going to have this probability of having a success. But it's extracting always a real-time data, you know? I answered your question? Okay, thank you.
Hey, Guillermo. Thanks a lot for your presentation.
Thank you.
Good job, actually. Very good. So I have a question around the business model and your commercial approach. Maybe you can, you mentioned some numbers. Yeah, maybe you can explain it a little bit more. And also, you know, you're going through licensing, for instance, or one-time payment.
I'm going to explain it because in 5 minutes I didn't want to say a lot of figures, you know. But we've been thinking about the figures we have right now. Intensive care units, top-level intensive care units. In Spain, we have like 60. All over the world, we have at least 1,400 of intensive care units that they are giving data to improve themselves. So taking into account that and that we are going to approve this model in the entire European Union, we've thought about selling just 6 licenses in the first year. That I think it's something relatively easy, taking into account 60 just in Spain. We don't have the figures about just Europe, but it's just for you to know. with 6 licenses and taking into account other prices that we have for artificial intelligence in neonatology, we think that we can sell them, at least the first evolution, by 45,000 euros or something like that. If we sell 6, we think about that. And I think we've put an expenditure too high, because indeed everything is done. You have everything in the cloud. It's just about paying for the servers or whatever. So it could be even more profitable, or you could adjust the expenditure. I don't know if I've answered you.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe a follow-up question. How are you planning to approach these clinics to buy your product? The clinics, the hospitals.
What we think is, as we have this kind of model where we have 1,400 neonatology intensive care units giving information to improve themselves, but they are giving information without any homogeneous way, we can approach by that kind of association they have. It's called, I think, Diana. By that association, we can approach them, telling them, okay, if you connect here, at least, and you can extract some parts of the problem too, because it could be that you just use the homogeneous way of extracting data, so they can compare the same data. Right now, you have different ways of comparing it with different units, so you can even extract this kind of pieces. It has the project, and use them separately.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any more questions? Then, thanks a lot, Guillermo, for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Let's go for the next project. Because when a child has symptoms of pulmonary disease, you want to get whatever medical test is needed. But the use of X-ray and CT scan testing in children are not free of concerns. The next project proposed a great alternative to lung infection detection. So please give a big applause to Adis Madavis and her project Pediatric Labs.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Still awake? Well, in Sana Meditech, we're a team of AI experts trying to transform the way that currently the lung infection diagnosis is being performed by offering AI-empowered clinical decision support systems. So the idea of the idea of lung infection diagnosis by low-risk imagery technique like ultrasound just popped up at the beginning of the COVID, where hospitals were loaded with patients and a need for a quick technology to quickly identify the infection. So lung infections, pulmonary disease and lung infection, among them pneumonia, is one of the leading causes of morbidity and mortality in kids under 5 years old. So guess what? The common practice in diagnosing the pneumonia and other kind of pulmonary diseases like bronchitis and pneumothorax is going through X-rays. Which all we know, despite the recommendations of professional societies, that it is harmful and could be carcinogenic. So what if we could reduce the number of unnecessary X-rays? What if we could avoid them? We offer, at Sana Meditech, we offer a solution that actually we can work on reducing the number of X-rays in pediatrics. So our solution, our intelligent embedded solution, will detect the patterns of the disease in real time from the images of ultrasound and provide a recommendation to the physician. So the software uses sophisticated AI models to detect those patterns which are specific in each category of the infection, and then provide a recommendation to the physician. The physician, on the other hand, using this recommendation and also based on the clinical symptoms of the patient, will decide on further actions. That could be hospitalization, could be antibiotic prescription, etc. So our go-to-market is through hospitals. So basically, we have received interest from the San Juan de Deo Hospital, to deploy our intelligent solution in their ER department, where attending a high number of children infected is getting critical. It would be a B2B model with a subscription fee for hospitals. What we offer for the hospitals is enhancement and optimization of their resources, especially in medical imaging department, by reducing the unnecessary X-ray imaging. On the other hand, we're saving GPs' time, general practitioners' time, as it is an easy-to-use solution. We also, not to forget, and more importantly, we also offer children and parents a solution, a better journey to go through their disease without thinking of being exposed, future radiation exposure and complications. So market size, we have evaluated, based on our evaluation, a market size of 198 million euros in Spain and approximately 2.2 in Europe is a market size we've foreseen for our solution. And our competitive advantage is the niche market in pediatrics. So currently, we have no direct competitor in the market working on pediatric area. We know that there are researches have been done in the adult section, but not in pediatric, which has different patterns and different characteristics. This is the roadmap we have for commercialization of the product. We have been working during the past 1.5 years on the basis of our project and also deep learning algorithms. We had the support of Neotech funding during this time. We're working on a seed round of 500K to support and cover the clinical validation costs and also iteration of our clinical software. And in 2024, we are expecting to open another round for covering the pre-commercialization and commercialization activities such as regulatory approval, CE certification, and also closing deal with. So this is us. We are coming from research background, and we're collaborating with Polytechnic University of Catalonia and Sant Joan de Déu Hospital to support our clinical and scientific aspects of the project. Thank you for your attention.
Time for the jury.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm starting again, sorry. Okay. So I would like to know, because the imagers, so the systems also produce different images, how sensitive it is to those changes of the images quality or the images type of things from the ultrasound system, and it could be even moved to portable ultrasound system like a tablet device system or something like this.
So the impact of different type of images on our...
Yeah, and also even to move to a portable device that you have.
Yeah. Yeah, well, this is the second phase of the project, moving to handheld, because it is another interesting market to go to that. But currently, the algorithm has been able to detect independently of it, if it is coming from a convex kind of ultrasound device or other type of them, and we have proved it so far. So currently, for the type of device that is, the image is coming from different device, the algorithm has been able to detect pneumonia, COVID, bronchitis, and pneumothorax. So far, good.
Well, I was also thinking about the manufacturers of Philips, Siemens.
Yeah, of course.
Siemens not yet.
Yeah.
But all the manufacturers that also provides different types, different images of all the diagnostic, and how all those changes affect to the final solution.
Yeah, currently we have, we haven't tested all those devices available in the market, obviously, but the one that we have tried to validate our algorithms with and try to train the algorithms with, the final results were not, have not been affected. The variability was not significant. So in that case, we're good. But it's still to be more, we need more data to validate it even more, train the algorithms more to be able to detect those small variabilities, or even, because as far we have a limited knowledge for now of the devices. So whatever, more images we have, we can train the algorithms more and we can improve it better.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. You have talked that your business model is B2B,
yes,
to C.
Yeah.
And I would like to know if you have thought about you have talked about hospitals that are going to be your clients, but I don't know if you have thought about the primary medical assistants and if your product can be offered across them.
Of course, we have thought about it because if you think of pediatrician, for example, in primary care, you think that there are a lot of parents going first not to the hospitals in case of ER, emergency rooms, but going to their pediatrician or their primary care point of contact. So that's another. It was very difficult to put all of these but when we are talking about market size, we have considered pediatrician, we have considered clinics, ERs, and the departments, different departments that uses this technique. So the market size is not just limited to this one, and we have considered that because that's actually another point of care, and like ER. So when the first places that you're going to diagnose is there. So that's a good point, and we have considered that in the market size. We have thinking.
We have time for more questions if you want.
Yeah, I do have one, yeah. I think, congratulations, it's very exciting that you're already on pilots, right? Yeah. I would love to hear a little bit more on the pilot that you're doing now, which outcomes are you measuring, and how is that going to help you develop your technology further?
Well, I answer your question until my knowledge, and then if it is not satisfying, I invite my colleague to come and explain it better, because that's a bit more technical than my knowledge. So currently we have been running the data with the data available. So we have done training and validating with the data available. We're working closely with medical imaging department and emergency department of San Juan de Dios Hospital since we have collected data from patients, children, since January 2021, and we're because the data has to go to process of anonymization and all that, ethical committees and etc., etc. So now we will have the data to train it more with the patient. So the pilot is in that. We are going to, after this phase, we are going to scale it up more with data from other devices and perhaps other hospitals. But if you need more information, I invite Hessam to respond. If I responded to you.
Yeah, I was wondering if you also get, you collect the data, of course, I think in parallel to the current standard of care that they are measuring right now. Do you get the validation as well in this pilot?
Of course. The data should be labeled and by a physician. And the diagnosis should be there, and we collect it. So this is a comparison, obviously. So we are trying to validate the data based on the decision of the diagnosis of the system and the diagnosis of the doctor.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Perfect. Any more? Perfect. Thanks a lot, Hadis, for your project.
Thank you.
And we will move to the third project. A bird's nest is synonym for security, care, comfort, and life. The next project aims to bring these concepts to hospitalized preterm newborns through the combination of medicine, design, and engineering. So please give a warm applause to Eva Diaz and her project, Nido.
And in the table?
Your table.
Okay. A bit small, eh? And this is small, eh?
May I help you?
A ver.
Sorry, but
this is quite a setup.
I have forgotten that. I thought that there was like a table. Okay. Let's see. More or less.
No children was harmed in this experiment.
He's not crying. Okay, this one here. This one. Okay. So, do you know that 5 million babies are born premature every year? The premature babies have some emotional and physical weakness, and in this moment, the professional team that is solving this problem, and they are using a methodology, a care that is about containment, positioning, maternal bond, and stimulation. So, what is currently happening in the hospital? This is the current solution that the nurses themselves using to solve the specific needs and all the problems that the premature have in these moments in the intensive care units. So the proposal is a system. It's a sensory stimulation system and containment system for premature newborns that standardize a medical method and improve physical and emotional weakness through ergonomics and sensuality and helping the intervention of the professional team. Nido is a modular product, so it's made up of different modules that are designed for the specific needs of the premature babies and that are designed for the specific needs of the nurses. You can see here in this picture how the nurse is interacting with the premature baby and how it's positioning inside the nest the baby from a 2D product to a 3D product. Also, it's super important in the product that is adjustable because that you know the premature baby have different dimensions, and this is a super problem now because the nurses can't adjust the nest. So we have designed a specific module that you can adjust the dimensions to each premature baby. Also, we have like a specific data inside the product. Here you can see the front part. Okay, that we can have a specific access for the part of the head. For example, if you have to do a cerebral test or something like this, you are not moving all the time the baby, so you are moving only the part that you need. In the same line, we have designed all the shapes of the product, thinking in the baby and in the nurses. So, for example, when they have to have like intubated, no, they are intubated. I think not all the time, but usually they are intubated. So we think in the different positions of the baby how the tubes have to go. No, you can see that there is a different heights, no, and this is super important for the injuries or of the problems that can have this type of cables. And also, this is important for the interaction with the nurse because it's about ergonomics, so they can work easily thanks to these shapes. The other important thing in the part of the laterals are that all the cables that usually have the parameters that you can see now, they have a specific access, a back access, so they are going all of them in this part. And now what is happening about this is that all the cables are on the top, so this is super. Is a very big problem because sometimes the fluids return to the baby and it's a disaster. Also, it's super important the base of the product because actually the base of the product is not stable, okay? And all the time when the nurse move the baby or interact with the nest, is not a usable product. So with the Nido, you can move inside the incubator and rotate the product and use and interact with the part what you need in each moment. Okay. Also, is an example, the base to the materials. All the product has made with memory foam materials and super disinfectable materials. And it's not only about this part of the product, it's also about the different elements that we were talking about of each needs in the first part of the presentation. So every 4 or 5 hours, the nurse has to change the position of the premature baby. So we have designed also different modules for the supine position, lateral position, and prone position. One of the big challenges was to put the baby in a prone position, because actually we can't put the baby in a prone position because they need always this flexion and this contention. So we have designed a prone position with a curve that always permits that the baby is going to be in the correct position when it's in prone position, and this is good, for example, for regulatory system and digestion. So what about the business model? The hospital is going to buy the product from Nido Innova, first option. The hospital is going to buy medical device from a distributor, second option. And the hospital is going to buy the product from a big pharmaceutical like Chiesi or something like this. Okay, so what about the business strategies? Nido is a product, but it's also a service, because it's composed also of fungible parts, no woven parts. Okay, this did allow that there is always a rotation of the product, and this allows to have always a contact with the hospitals and with the personnel that work in the hospital. It's also a scalable product to educational work, so universities, and to home work, so to home work, like Nido Home. And Nido is a medical device, but it's also a platform to create other newborn products, reaching also the pediatric sector. Okay, what's the state? Actually, we are we have validations in different hospitals, but we are validating again the last change of the prototypes in the Sant Joan de Déu, and also actualizing the different things that we have explained before. And we need the i4Kid Innovation Award to go to a legal and regulated product. And this is going the result of this is going to be a launch of the product. Okay. So who is behind the scenes? And during all these years, we have worked with Elisaba and Sant Joan de Déu in all the steps of the product. I think this is the result of the product. And also we have worked with different hospitals in Spain and in the rest of Spain and in Barcelona, and different universities and companies that are specialized on this type of products. As a product developer leader, we have Paula Mecchia. As a medical leader, we have Maria José Troyano, that he is working in the Hospital Sant Joan de Déu. And I'm Eva. I'm the project and business leader. And I ask you that help me to move people, convey emotions, surprise, and go against common thinking. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. The competitive advantages are very clear. But I would like to know if you have talked, I'm going to do the same question. You have talked about hospitals and the business model B2B, but obviously all these children are very small when they go home, and I don't know if you have thought about to sell also this product to the families or rent this product to the families for a short period of time to use it at home.
Yeah, of course. I think I think Nido is a scalable product, and we have thought on Nido Home. I called it before Nido Home, and in different ways. So you can have Nido Home for babies that are premature, and they then go home, no? And so parents are going to buy the product because they just know the product, because the product is in the hospital. And then also we have things in the parents that they have baby, third baby, and they know the product, or they through marketing or whatever, and it's a security, it's a safe product that has been done in a hospital, and so they are going to buy this product because it's the best product for the baby. Okay, and so yes, we have thought on the home way, and in the presentation, in the slide where I was talking with the steps of the product, there is a small line in the final of the 20 in the start of the 20 on the next year that we will going to start to design Nido Home. So yes.
All right. So, quick question. First of all, thank you for the presentation. It's always great to see a working prototype in this kind of pitches. My question relates to the actual execution in commercialization. Yeah. So, you showed us what is the daily solutions that are implemented in the hospitals. Are there no competitors whatsoever in this arena?
Yes.
Is no one offering this product? And if so, why are they not used in the hospitals that you're working?
Mm-hmm. The first competitors are the nests that actually are in the intensive care units, so the nests that the nurses do it, but that I haven't explained is not optimal product. And the other competitors, one of the most interesting competitor is Philips. Philips have a product for premature babies, but in general, the hospital are not buying this product, one, for the price, and second, because it's not a system. So, all the pieces that were in a unique product are separate, so when you go to lavandry, all the pieces are lost. It's not only about is it a good product for positioning, but it's not result in a good way from the point of view of the design, and from the point of view of how work the nurses in the intensive care, okay? And also, I think the most important thing of Nido, and one of the things I think is super important is we have done the product and the design with the nurse, for the nurses, but with the nurses. I explain. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Congratulations for the project. I am thinking first of all, Nido is the best name that you can use because it's very good. And I don't know if the first moment of the study of the project you use that the thinkings of the families if collaborate with the project in the first moment.
I'm not in the same way, maybe, but I really know that during the time the baby is in the intensive care units, the parents usually are in the intensive care units. And the methodology is to integrate the parents all the time in this process. So yes, we are working also with the parents. In this project, there are not only one user, there are 3 users. There are the parents, there are the nurses, and the prematures. So, yes, the parents are integrated inside the project during all the time.
Perfect. Any last question? Okay, so thank you, Eva, for your presentation. Okay. The next project will bring us happy clouds in the sky to solve a long-standing problem in pediatrics, which is pain management in children. With a long track record in the digital field, this team has decided to approach the problem by placing patients in the center of the solution. So please give a big applause to Xenia Riasol and her project, NEN.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Xenia, and I'm glad to be here presenting NEN today. If it leaves me
if they let you.
No. Okay. So 500,000 kids are fighting cancer globally, and nearly all of them will experience pain. Children receiving cancer treatment are at high risk of medical trauma, induced by fear and anxiety. And also, they create negative pain memories that can affect them, creating greater expectations of pain in the future. For decades, it was assumed that pain was only a sign of physical damage coming from the body, but recent studies have demonstrated that both physical and emotional pain are processed in the same way and both live in the brain. Therefore, novel approaches to modulate and manage pain are required to include the psychological aspects of pain. Now, current traditional assessments are based in adults, are paper-based and very subjective, and kids really struggle to interpret them. Also, there's limited access to pediatric pain psychologists that can help them, and we all know that the ability of a child to communicate pain is very different from that from an adult. Despite the high burden of pediatric pain, very few digital solutions are built specifically for them. So, is that the best we have to offer to our kids? We don't think so, and this is why we founded NEN. We are creating a digital therapeutic solution to address pain management through play, leveraging gamification approaches and cognitive behavioral therapy all together to help them modulate their pain levels and improve their overall well-being and outcomes. NEN is kid-centric care to improve their lives. We are developing a science-based gaming designed for kids from 7 to 12 years old that will deliver the pain therapy through a cognitive behavioral therapy intervention that will be age-appropriate. Similar to a rewards-based strategy, the kid will be playing an engaging game, and this game will pause in order to introduce the therapy. In order to be able to complete playing, which is the funny part, they will need to finalize the therapy. NEN-CBT gives the opportunity to treat pain where it lives, which is the brain. And the treatment goals are focused on modifying helpful thoughts and restructure beliefs and emotional reactions tied to this medical stimuli. As a result, we have less pain, kid is more resilient, and we have the reduction of these negative emotions and associated to pain. And also we can reduce the likelihood of having chronic pain after the cancer treatment. By digitally delivering cognitive behavioral therapy, we can scale up to a much greater need than in-person therapy with comparable efficacy. Different outcome sources will be gathered and analyzed to have the effectiveness levels ready, and it will be done by physicians, parents, and the platform itself, via standard and regulated, clinically validated PROs. Parents play an important role in their child's pain management and how they feel about it. They are key influencers, and this is why we have a research collaboration with Sant Joan de Déu in order to co-create with them a range of services also directed to them to help them support their kids. We are not building a wellness app, but rather a regulated, prescribed, and reimbursed therapy. So we have a business model that will evolve as further evidence is generated. From B2C, which will be the first step, launching next year, with a solution that will be directed to parents where there's willingness to pay. Next, we will move to a B2B model with research collaborations with academic and medical centers, while more efficacy and data is generated. Finally, our goal is to arrive to have a standalone prescribed digital therapeutics. And we know that we have other business opportunities that we will explore along the way, like expanding to other indications as chronic pain. We will start with oncology, but we know that CBT can be very helpful with pain in general, other geographies, and, well, you will see more. In terms of milestones, since our recent foundation in February this year, we set the basics for the foundations of the company and prepare everything to be able to start developing in this month the MVP. Next immediate steps will be testing this MVP and the initial clinical validation pilots. In terms of finance, our seed round was formed by self-funds and a standard agreement for future equity. We are now looking for non-dilutive funds in order to support the MVP development and the first pilots next year. And our next raise will be a 10 million Series A to support the platform creation and the randomized clinical trial. We want to do a global multi-center reverse clinical trial. NEN's management team has long-standing experience in digital health, and startup acceleration, and also digital innovation. And we are blessed to come with also the support of an amazing clinical advisory board formed by world-renowned experts in pediatric pain. You can see here their faces, some of them are familiar. And a business advisory board formed by investors, innovators, and digital health rainmakers. NEN has been founded to help kids with cancer with pain management, their families and HCPs, with the aim to democratize care wherever these kids are. Help us helping kids rise above their pain. Thank you.
Tania, thanks for the presentation, very inspiring.
Sure.
Can you elaborate a little bit more? You mentioned your first target is going to be children aged 7 to 12.
Yes.
And we earlier this morning learned about virtual reality and other modalities of approaching things similarly. Can you explain a little bit more what would be the experience that you intend to develop for kids, and how are parents involved and maybe healthcare professionals involved in this system?
Yeah. So what we will develop is a game that they will be playing, and then the therapy will be embedded, like, you know, you are very familiar with YouTube and other kind of games. You have like a commercial break, and then an ad comes in. In our case, it won't be an app, it will be the therapy, and they will need to fulfill the therapy to be able to continue playing. The idea is that this will be something for the kids. It is true that, as I mentioned, parents have an important role. Also, they will be responsible of reporting the outcomes and how everything is going. So they will have a separate space for them in order to have all the information necessary and support their children accordingly. In terms of other types of technologies, VR, we also explored other things and other technologies, but we discarded them. VR basically because it's too big for them sometimes. These kids have, because of the chemo, have nausea sometimes, and this is something we don't really want to address. We want to be something that will be very easy as a software. The idea is to have inpatient, we will deliver the technology, but after they leave the hospital, they can have it at home easily through their devices. So the idea is that one. And in case of the physicians, you mentioned as well, in the clinical phase and when we are doing the clinical trials, yes, they will be very involved, but it will not be connected to any system with physicians. The idea is the assessment is done before. Physicians know how to treat patients. Pain is assumed in all cancer patients, and all patients can benefit from CBT. So we enter in the therapy phase with a full product for them, only for them.
Okay, so just for clarity,
yeah.
It's a very long answer.
Sure.
So bring your own device, or are you providing the devices?
For the clinical phase, we will provide devices. Inpatient hospital patients, they will have the device provided by us. Afterwards, when they are at home, they can use their own device.
Right. And both inpatient and outpatient, correct?
Inpatient, yes, but the ones in the hospital, they will have the device. Afterwards, at home, they will use their own.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Tania, thanks. Great pitch. I I would like to know a little bit more about your regulatory strategy,
Mm-hmm.
especially becoming digital health therapeutic. And in Spain, the regulation, unfortunately, is not yet
Yep.
there. So which geographies are you targeting first? And how
Yeah.
does that link with your B2C first approach? Are you planning to go B2C when regulate, like when
Yes.
the regulatory is not yet done in the process? Maybe you can clarify that a little bit.
Yeah, that's correct. So we initially are going to launch in English and Spanish, so it will be Spain, UK, and the US. B2C for the US, it will probably be the model for them because there's no regulation. In the case of Europe, we will try to proceed and have the regulation country by country because unfortunately, as you mentioned, there's no unified law in that sense. Some of them are more advanced, like Germany with DIGO. And in the cases that we don't arrive to get it, meanwhile, we will have the B2C, yeah. And also introduce it through the research collaborations, B2B, through the hospitals. So we will adapt the strategy depending on the country and the current situation there. And also based in our own efficacy and the first pilots. So we will be adapting the business model. This is why I said that it's evolving through the way.
Thanks.
Any other question? Okay, so thank you for your
You're
presentation.
welcome.
Okay. The next project. The next project takes its origin in a personal history. Actually, if you look carefully at the job description of the team, you will find the following: CEO, co-founder, and uncle. And this is quite a statement. So as you will see, the following project proposes to go one step further in children's health and mobility. So please join us for a walk with Benjamin and his project, RuWalk.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. For sure, I'm an uncle. We'll come back to this. First of all, make a guess. We're talking about children the whole day. How many hours per day are children active during their life? It's approximately 7 hours of pure energy being active and just walking around, moving around just for the fun of it. And if you're born with a disability called cerebral palsy, you likely get 1 hour per day. And there's a huge gap. Cerebral palsy is the most common cause of motor impairments during childhood, and this is usually caused by lowered oxygen levels during birth. And as this is the most common cause, it's 2 out of 1,000 children globally. And due to this lack of 6 hours activity per day, 50% of these children will stay in a wheelchair completely from the age of 15 onwards. So this made me feel, okay, I need to put my niece up on her feet, been walking, walking is living. So what's actually the challenge? She was born, she was not able to walk and stand by herself. What she gets is a frame of metal, 4 wheels underneath. She's kind of skating along. So this is really not creating independence. Even a small doorstep is an obstacle for her. And hey, we're in the 21st century, autonomous driving is around, and these kids are not able to walk over grassland, cobblestone lowered curbs. This was insane to me. And think about inclusion. They go to physiotherapy, others go to the playground with their peers. And think about the last time you went to the gym. It's not very motivating to do repetitive gait training. As kids, this doesn't work. So all of this leads to preventable damages if you move more per day. It's kind of the weakening of the muscles, the bones, the hip deformities, and the overall posture that leads to long-term damages that we can avoid. So what if there's a solution like parents always around, lifting these kids from behind, enabling them to move around and explore. But usually parents, after 30 minutes, they get back pain, put them back into the wheelchair. So we built a product that simulates how parents and caregivers are lifting these kids and moving them along wherever they want to be, indoor and outdoor. We've developed this together with physiotherapists and children. We filed our patent European-wide, and the child just uses its entire body to steer the device with them. It's using the Segway principle in that case. So we got approval with our first proof of concept prototype. We've achieved more than 10,000 steps indoor and outdoor with several children of several severities of disability, and the parents, you would see them smile for the first time, your child being outside on grass, walking by themselves, so this was really motivating for me. So we got this approval from the different stakeholders within these environment, and usually what parents ask is, okay, can we take this home now? And I have to say, okay, there's one more thing. We need to solve CE certification for this device to be in the market. We had this idea beginning of 2021, built our proof of concept prototypes, and we're currently preparing CE certification, and after that we're able to get reimbursement once clinical studies are in place. So once CE certification is in place, then the self-payers, so the parents, will buy these devices, because all of us, we want the best for our children. It's the rehabilitation centers that would like to offer new physiotherapy sessions, for example, indoor, outdoor, with other groups and peers. And finally, after these clinical studies, reimbursement of the health insurance company will be in place. And with this, we'll be able to serve 17 million people worldwide living with cerebral palsy, for sure, not all in the developed world. Currently, we're focusing on Germany as the biggest market in Europe, as well as, after FDA approval, go to the US, where the prevalence is even higher, with 3 out of 1,000 children born with cerebral palsy. So our mission is to let these children shine and walk as everyone else, but it doesn't stop here. Think about stroke rehabilitation. It could be you, it could be me, and also in an aging society, we all get older, we all need gait support. So it was me, 6 years ago, where my niece was shown, so this is where the uncle hook line was. Partnered up with electrical engineers. I put my PhD in engineering, 10 years in aviation, so I thought, okay, I need to do something about it. Partnered up with the Charité, Kinderspital Zürich in Switzerland, and other commercial partners. And currently we're looking out for you to support this in our pre-seed funding round with around 400k euro to do the product development to reach CE certification. And with this, I'd like to thank you all for listening. I hope you all will rise, empower others, and we're not changing the work, but the trajectory of these individual children, and this means a whole universe to us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Benjamin, for the presentation and for the project. I have some questions. First of all, about the competitive landscape, if you know about other projects in the market doing similar things or developing similar things. And I also would like more about the growth of your project with the growth of the children. And you have talked about you are going to develop products also for adults, but which are your plans? Because the children that you are going to treat, they are going to become adults in the future, and obviously they want to continue with your services. And the last one is related with the reimbursement. If you can share with us more information about the reimbursement of your product. Obviously, every country is different, but in order to impact as much as you can with the children in different countries. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Oh, I take it without slides. So the first one is competition. Currently what's out there, and there's many companies providing more or less the same, this is these metal frames with wheels underneath. They work on flat ground. And you have different ones where you kind of rollator-wise, where you still need hands, so this is also not suitable for children in most cases, or they're very bulky and heavy, so it's really hard, for example, for children to approach another child or a dog, they will run away. So there's, I think, 6 big players, European and globally, that serve these competitors. And there's another way of competition that is not directly there. It's robotic gait training and rehabilitation centers. Like this is Locomat is a world known for stroke rehabilitation. It's a robotic gait trainer, kind of exoskeleton put on a walking band. And this is just in some very specialized centers available for children. So it's not suitable to put this gait training into day-to-day activities at home. If you're lucky to live nearby, then you get twice a week these rehabilitation or these physiotherapy. So maybe this covers competition. The second one, is this device growing with the children? Yes, you can think of any bicycle where you can adapt the height of the saddle plus the user harness. This is in a certain range be able. We currently plan for 2 versions, one for the very small, up to 4 years, and the second one 4 to 15 years. And the last question, for sure, they will walk over their whole life. Currently, we're focusing on children because of neuroplasticity. So in the age below 15, you have the most potential to gain actually the walking abilities, and ideally, having RuWalk in place from year 1 on, you will be able to use a normal rollator later on during their life. So this was covering the growing with it. And then the reimbursement. For sure, we are currently developing this for the German healthcare system as the biggest market. So there's one route going to the medical assistive devices catalog of the governmental health insurance company. It's the GKV Hilfsmittelverzeichnis in Germany. So there are certain regulatory bodies that you have to convince. So, but you can really start after CE certification to do studies to get reimbursement. As this device is far more expensive than a kind of wheel, metal frame plus wheels, you really need to prove the medical benefits in terms of walking abilities, general posture, less back pain, and long-term issues that you reduce. And this is not done within 1.5 years. You really need to focus on first small clinical endpoints that you can reach maybe in 3 to 6 months, and then long-term studies, as for example in Scandinavian regions, they have done long-term studies with people with cerebral palsy. Yeah, I hope this all covered.
Hey, I also have another question. It's related to the question that just Esther posted. I'm comparing this a little bit to exoskeletons, right? And exoskeletons, of course, are first thought for rehabilitation clinics and inpatient clinics, but slowly, or at least they aim to, being used in a longer future, because that's not straightforward, at home. Now, they have several problems on usability in terms of the person not being able to be in this device for longer time and being heavy and so on. So how does that relate to your product? Have you done some usability studies? How long can children be using the device? Which are the challenges that you encountered? Maybe you can explain us a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely right. So our device compared to an exoskeleton, there's actually 3 parameters that need to be considered. First is what you mentioned, usability. It usually takes up to 10, maybe to 15 minutes to put a child into an exoskeleton, and then, okay, now walk. Then the children isn't having fun anymore, and then you need, again, 10 or 50 minutes to put the child out. Our device is more or less like putting up your backpack or put on to a scroller, like closing wheels. So this is less than 1 minute of in and out of the device. So usability is an issue. Second is price. An exoskeleton is around €100,000. Our device will be in the range of an electrical wheelchair between 20 and 30,000 K. So there's a clear gap to that. And the third, exoskeleton work good for people that have already the walking abilities, kind of posture, and can align to it. With children with cerebral palsy, they need to develop these senses. And for exoskeleton with children, there's always a parent or caregiver behind and holding to allow them not to fall over. So this is also not creating this independence that we think utilizing the intrinsic motivation of children to explore will serve. Yeah.
Any other question? So thanks, Benjamin, for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I hope that you are not tired, because the last presentation is about paying attention. Attention deficit and hyperactivity disorders in children are a big problem when it comes to educational and mental health. And this is exactly what the next project intends to solve. So please give a big applause to Teresa Rossignoli and her project Start to Go.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Teresa Rossignoli. I'm PhD in psychology and researcher, but previously I worked several years with patients with attentional deficit and hyperactivity disorder, where all these projects began. I'm going to present Start to Go, the first digital platform directed to these kids. But first of all, let's start with a real story. Here you can see Jorge, Jorge is a student with attentional difficulties, especially in class. Whatever the class may do in half an hour, for him it takes at least double of time. This is because of lack of concentration and also because of impulsiveness. He tends to interrupt, stand up several times, and this also causes him problems at home and social problems. At home, his parent has to help him every single day to do his homework, which is time-consuming. Well, you probably know some kids like Jorge because ADHD is the most psychopathology in childhood, according to the American Psychiatry Association. We have estimated that only in Spain there are on average 360,000 kids with this condition between 7 and 16 years old. Well, what happened with kids like Jorge? Well, the public health system and educational system provide scarce support. He goes to the doctor, and the doctor prescribes him some pills to treat this condition that's causing him some secondary effects, such as loss of weight, lack of sleep, and also because of the lack of educational response at school, he needs to attend to private therapy, which is time-consuming, like twice per week at least. Also, it is expensive, like 300 euros per month. And also, the quality varies between different instructors, and it has a difficulty to generalize training in daily life. So to overcome all this, as I mentioned before, I worked several years in private therapy. We have developed Stop2Go, the first detention and intervention tool for these kids. So first of all, we have to ask ourselves if the student or the child really needs the therapy, okay? If there is a risk of having this condition. For this, we have developed a screening test available in our website that in a couple of minutes, doing an attention and executive function task, can detect a risk of having this disorder, comparing with other peers. We are doing the norm-based study. And also, it includes a short questionnaire for parents and teachers to get to know this behavior in daily life. Also, if this is the case, we provide an intervention protocol. You can see also an image on the bottom of our MVP, which is already developed. So it's an intervention protocol. Stop2Go are not simple games, but an intervention protocol. So you can see there's like a path. So the user has to do different exercises weekly during a couple of months. It requires a minimal level of success to continue. Also involves some gamification, which is important for kids. So the kid is going to do attentional, self-control, working memory, cognitive flexibility tasks, the main aspects affected in this disorder, and processing speed, but all mediated with the strategies to apply in daily life. This is the only tool in which an avatar provides strategies to the user according to his level of performance. And this is thanks to a pre-designed decision tree. And at the end, we also provide a follow-up to see if the child has improved. Well, but this is something serious. We count with research and development support. Before to create this tool, we have reviewed the state of the art and published an article, and we have seen that most digital cognitive training commercially available for kids are not tested, and those who are have limited transfer effect in daily life and short-term effect. And this is because they do not provide strategies to apply in daily life. They are simple games, okay? We also have tested our pilot version in a school-age student, and we have seen positive results. In third graded, they reduce attention and executive function difficulties compared to placebo and control group and even a follow-up. And we have also studied the strategies applied to see that they were especially needed or demanded for those who really need it, okay? Well, let me tell you a little bit about our road. We have already received our award in January from EduPlat platform. We have offered our screening to different schools. Till date, we have 500 test applications. Stop2Go, the intervention app for iOS and Android, will be launched next month. We're going to participate in fairs, so families can get to know us. We have more than 300 subscribers to our website to be updated about Stop2Go. We will also offer for free our screening to hospital and clinics so they can get to know us and also get to know the intervention protocol. And we also have some plans for digital marketing next year. Our business model is a B2B model and B2C model through test application and license. Keep in mind that traditional intervention costs around 300 euros per month, and here we're talking about 30 euros per month with no commuting, no instructor needed, and in a really motivating way. We have, well, here you can see also our estimation of our revenue forecast for the next 3 years. We are using data of our percentage marketing objective. Sorry. Who are our stakeholders? So schools, child psychology centers and hospitals, individuals, their families. They have kids with ADHD disorder, therapists, psychologists, and educators. We are now looking for funding to continue with our objectives and partner for distribution and marketing. So we really encourage you to invest in the future of the most demanding psychological therapy. Well, finally, who we are. I already present myself at the beginning. I'm the project leader. Let me introduce you Fernando López-Lorrio and Rafael Yanet, both senior computer engineers from Genetic Eye, and also Genetic Eye team. And also we come with collaborators from neuroscience field, from the university, such as Elena Pérez Hernández, and from the clinic, such as Marta Ortega Rincón. Thank you for your attention, and please do not hesitate to contact with us for further information or visit our website.
Thanks for the presentation. Really glad to see this happening next door. Yeah. There's a few competitors that are out there that are already validated as medical devices in the US and in a couple of other countries. How is this different?
Yeah, I guess you are talking about Endeavor in the USA.
Yeah, Achilles Health.
Yeah. Also,
and
yeah. Well,
solutions?
the main difference with them is they do not apply the strategies. So we have developed metacognitive strategies for self-control, for instruction comprehension, that they are applied during the whole training. So depending the level of performance of the user, the number of errors, when, and the type, the avatar is going to provide a specific strategies on the screen to the user. So they can learn and transfer this training in daily life. And not just game repetition, but what is called in the scientific literature strategy-based training, rather than just gaming.
Cool. So there's two things that really caught my eye here. The first one was the risk assessment right before you start the program, which is not a diagnostic. I just want to get that clear. Not a diagnostic.
Not a diagnostic. It's only to detect a risk, comparing with peers. So we are doing the norm-based data, comparing with sex and the same gender, to see if, it's the standard deviation and so on is background.
Okay, but the actual intention of the program is therapeutic.
Yeah, well, the idea, I know that digital therapeutics is like the future of all this field, but I think we have already validated with our pilot version and with other published articles, and still we continue in progress with some other studies. But here in Spain, it's a little bit complicated to become like a digital therapeutic until now because of the regulation. But it doesn't mean that you can use this like as a treatment, educational treatment for these kids, and also they can be applied at school and hospital to detect a possibility and to treat them, not as a medical treatment, but a psychological and educational treatment.
Right. Well, that's fundamental because, if the intention is to actually treat, then you are a medical device. If you're not, then you're a wellness application, and it's a fundamental difference in going to market. So. That's why the clarification was needed. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Teresa, for the presentation. This project is very good. That we have a lot of application of mobile, etc. But it's very difficult. Why this application is very good to use? And the question is possible that this application is from the doctors send the information to the families or to the people that need? Because it's very difficult to share if you need this application or not.
Yeah. Well, obviously, as one of our stakeholders are families with kids with ADHD, they go to the pediatric services, so they can also recommend or suggest this type of application to train. And also, well, I think it's important for medicals and doctors to know this type of application that are scientifically validated, are not just simple games, but are designed from neuroscientists. So it is something that traditionally have been done every single day, like recommending different resources, sorry. So this is one resource to their families. But the main aspect is motivating because also reduces a lot of costs, as we have mentioned before, because it's digital, it is motivating, and also it applies strategies, which is important. So not all the families can pay traditional private therapy. So this could be also a way to overcome this difficulty as well. Mm-hmm.
Thanks. I was wondering about your target population. Is this defined for kids in a certain range? Do the exercises change as the kid grows older? How have you structured that?
Okay, thank you for the question, because I haven't said it. We have a first version for kids between 7 and 12 years old. It is the version that you have seen on the screen. And we have another version from 13 years and up, because the level of difficulty is different according to the number of distractors and a lot of things that I cannot explain all of this here, but there are different levels of difficulty, and we have created 2 versions. And also, because of the gamification, and also because of the style of the app, it varies depending to the age. Mm-hmm. So we have 2 versions, but we have only developed the first one.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Maybe a follow-up question. Do you also track the progress of the kid through the app? Do you run these diagnostics or screening, even if it's not a real diagnostic, across several times of the game to see how they are improving?
Yeah. We offer people to do first the screening and then the follow-up at the end, but we have also gathered information in the app, which is highly protected. Let's say that we cannot see that information, but families can do it, can see that information. So they can go into see, how the child is performing during the whole training session. It is a protocol, so they can see during the whole session. It's an average of failures and errors and so on that are all gathered in the app, and the families can see that information. We cannot see that information with numbers and so on, but families can. And this is also something that can be recommended from schools, from clinics, not only from hospital. So there are different stakeholders. So all of them can, if they are users from the app, they can see all that data. Mm-hmm.
Any other question? Okay, so thanks a lot, Teresa.
Thank you.
Okay, this is the end of the innovation contest for this edition. So we want to thank a lot first to the participants. We know that you have worked a lot with very tight times. Some of you come from abroad. Some of you have very important people waiting at home. So I want to thank you and congratulations for the great work. Now I will take the jury to the thinking room, and meanwhile I will leave you with Sofia, who will guide you through some important announcements that we have today. So thank you for paying attention, and see you later.
Okay, well, thank you very much for all the presentations. Congratulations to the project. You did a really good job. And, well, let's see what the jury decides. It's a pleasure to be in the last part of the day. I am Sofia Ferreira. I know some of you, but the ones who doesn't know me, I am an innovation project manager at SJD. I'm also part of the i4Kids team. So while the jury meets to select the 3 projects, I want to welcome Maria Sanchez from EIT Health. Maria, hello. Okay. So she's an Open Innovation Program Manager at EIT Health, and she's part of the mission for boosting the business acceleration of innovations in health, and is here today to share some great news with you all. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sofia, for the kind introduction, and thank you all the innovation team for giving me the opportunity to make this announcement. So as Sofia just mentioned, I would like to share with you that we are going to hold a collaboration with EIT, between EIT Health and Sant Joan de Déu, I4Kids, on the challenge of improving children's health in Europe. So for the ones that don't know EIT Health is a big, vibrant European community within the health ecosystem, and altogether we are more than 65 global industry leaders and 66 innovative universities, hospitals, and health regions across Europe. We are co-founded by the European Union and our partners. Our main goals are to strengthen the healthcare system in Europe, and the way of doing it is helping the different players to overcome the obstacles found in the process of delivering innovation solutions. We also want to promote better health for citizens, and the way we approach it is engaging and putting the citizens at the center of every innovation development. And we want to contribute to a sustainable health economy in Europe by nurturing the health ecosystem in Europe and creating a fertile environment for innovation. So in EIT Health, since 2015, we are transforming the way the healthcare is delivered, and we have run 118 innovation projects supported that led to 70 products and services brought to the market. We have accelerated and supporting more than 1,166 startups. We have raised more than 246 million investment, and also in our educational pillar, we have empowered 143,000 citizens to foster healthier living and prevent disease, and we have trained professionals, over 43,000 people. So, but here I would like to talk about Wildcard. Wildcard is the program we are going to collaborate with Sant Joan de Déu. So Wildcard is a program of our Open Innovation program portfolio that EIT Health has been running since 2018, and in 2023 we will have the pleasure to collaborate with Sant Joan de Déu. So Wildcard is a challenge-driven venture builder, and what the mission is to challenge the British talent and the entrepreneurs and developers of our time. So in this program, we help and we mentor entrepreneurs and teams, and we offer grant for options to up to 1.5 million euros to the best team or the most promising businesses proposals. And we also help them throughout the first 24 critical months of their journey. So what we offer is a challenge-based program based on unmet healthcare needs, where participants are especially focused and motivated to solve this particular challenge. We also promote a fast growth. So overall, the period of 5 months, we offer the participants and the teams to create a good value proposition and also a sound business plan. And then we follow up them, the two finalists, the two wildcard companies over after the investment, we offer them a support over the coming 24 months. So we are very committed to this program and their outcomes. So the program is divided in two parts. The first part is the deep dive. So in the deep dive, you can have the opportunity to meet with peers. You can participate as a team or as an individual, as an entrepreneur. And you will meet with different teams across Europe. And you will have the opportunity in the meeting place to have some lectures around business and the domain we are working. So in 2023, it will be obviously children's health. Then we will have an event where you can form your team, so incorporate individuals if it's needed, or create an assessment of your team competences. And later on, it will be a mentoring session for a week, where a pair of business domain and business domain and technical domain mentors will help you to create a value proposition and the first pitch. Because after this deep dive, it will be a cutoff. Starting from 16 companies, we will continue with 8 companies. These 8 companies will go through the business model validation. So at this stage of the program, we will concentrate on validating the business model and de-risking your idea. And you will get mentoring and guidance that will guide you through the customer discovery journey and prepare you for the final pitch in front of different investors. And as I said, we will select 2 companies to accompany them throughout the following 2 years and invest up to 1.5 million euros. So who can participate? So from our past experience, wildcard participants are motivated professionals, individuals, senior scientists, entrepreneurial. So 84% of the applicants holds a high educational degrees. We have seen, and we are very happy that it's fairly gender balanced. So 42 of the applicants in the past editions has been female and 58 male. And they come from very different backgrounds, so from business, clinical, product development, and more technical backgrounds. And the projects are usually in innovation maturity level, starting from 3 to 4. So Wildcard accelerates solutions that are in an application state, so a validation of a key technological components, proof of concept prototypes we have seen, that can demonstrate measurable results and that can have a clear route to produce clinical impact. So the Wildcard impact so far has been 220 entrepreneurs trained, 34 projects accelerated, 50 experts engaged per year, 8 ventures and companies invested in, 20 million euros has been raised by these companies, and what is very, very important for us is how the program is perceived by the people. So 88% of the participants claim that the program was better than they were expecting, and 100% will recommend this program. So we are very happy about that. And in our portfolio of companies, since the Wildcard started, there is Abstract in Portugal, Germany, Smart for Diagnostic in Germany, ELOV and from Portugal, PIPRA, Switzerland. We have MIMARC from Spain, Orbit in Germany, Natural Sense, Sweden, and Perivision from Switzerland. And And I'm quite happy to announce that, for example, ELOF recently raised a 5 million euros investment, and MIMARC, that is a spin-out of Vallebron, here in Spain, is in the finalists of the Women Innovation Summit in the US now. And all these companies are still alive. We were talking that it's very difficult to maintain and sustain. And we keep contact and collaboration with them, obviously. So as I said before, we are preparing the challenge for 2023 on the wildcard, and we internally decided, and with our partners, San Joan de Déu and i4Kids, that we would like to explore children's health. So now what we are, our aim is to really deep dive into the challenge of children's health and decide the topics of strategic importance. So we will do that in a collaborative way with San Joan de Déu and the Innovation Department. And we want to engage with a large cohort of solutions. And we will like to ensure good health in children and adolescents. And we acknowledge that it requires to cover the needs of multiple stakeholders. We consider essential that we promote a specific innovation for children and adolescents, and to achieve outcomes that are specific to them, and that we can evaluate and also use the corresponding adjusted indicators to evaluate this impact. We want also to produce true children-centric innovations opposed to these adaptations that is being said before that comes from adults. So this is the timeline until the end of the wildcard 2023. So we are starting now in October with the challenge definition and these topics. So heads up, because we will open the call on our EIT Health platform in end of November, December 2022, and it will close in March 2023. So after this moment, the call will be closed, and we will start the evaluation of the applications with different experts across Europe. And with the selected teams, we will kick off the Wildcard 2023 program in June 2023. With the meeting place, we will go for the team formation. That will be a physical event, and the place needs to be determined, so I cannot say now. We will follow up with the mentoring online on July 2023, and in this moment, we will conduct the first cutoff of the program. So the 8 teams that will continue will start the business model validation at the end of August 2023 until October 2023. And we are planning to do this investment pitch here in Barcelona and probably in the next edition of the Pediatric Innovation Day. So here is the team. Please come and reach us during the break. So it's Celia, Program Manager of Wildcard, that is here today. Gerard Albreda, that is also Business Creation Lead in EIT Health Spain, and you can contact him today. Magda Cracovia, the Head of Open Innovation, and myself. And for those that want to know more, we can talk. If not, check the web page, and thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Maria. These are great news, and I have to say we are really, really happy to be part of the next Wildcard. It's a great program, so thank you for the EIT Health for supporting children. So, well, now it's the second announcement we have today, and please join me to welcome Mark Ragmis to the stage. Mark is a member of the i4Kids Advisory Board, and he has extensive experience in creating biotech companies. 4 of them in pediatrics, Thebiotex, Gate2Brain, Aptadel Therapeutics, and Nineva Therapeutics. And today we're going to have a great scoop that I'm sure is going to have a lot of impact. So thank you, Mark.
Hi, thank you to the organizers. Great news, Maria, from the Eat Health program. So I think it was about a year ago, exactly in this room, during a round table here, after an inspiring speech by John Parker, the founder of Springhood Ventures, that we were having a very optimistic conversations here about if we can create an investment fund, or we can create an investment vehicle here in Europe between public and private institutions to support pediatric-first technologies. So we cannot imagine a better place than here today, a year later, that we can announce that, well, here we go, okay? We are building an investment vehicle that is going to be focused only on investing into companies that they have a technology that is going to pediatric first. So the first question that we ask by the time is, why JANA? Why we should create an investment vehicle? And the reasons are very obvious. So if you think about philanthropy is doing very well, it's helping projects at academia at the beginning of the tech transfer. But there's clearly a lack of investment to commercialize that inventions, and that's precisely the gap that JANA is going to fill. So we are building an investment firm, a private legal entity to secure private funding to invest and connect with the healthcare industry. Another consideration is that if we think about in the US, this is already happening, okay? There's the case of Springhood Ventures, but more recently there are new funds that they are being created that they are only investing into pediatrics. For example, Next Step Ventures is raised $50 million to invest in pediatrician projects. And we think that JANA is going to be the European first investment vehicle to invest only in pediatrics. That is something that we have not identified yet in the ecosystem here in Europe. Oh, I have to mention that there's even a venture builder investment firm in the New Zealand called Cure Kids Ventures. So this is something that is emerging in other sides of the world as well. So what is JANA? Let me summarize JANA in 3 points. The first one is, it is an investment firm, so we are going to invest into companies and exit companies as an investor. We are going to focus on early stage developments. We are going to be on pre-seed, seed rounds in Europe. We are also a company builder. Since this is a very early stage investment vehicle, we like to be hands-on on the companies that we are going to invest. We have the experience. We have been building already pediatric companies in the past. And our idea is to partner with the founders, with the academic institutions, to manage these companies once they are invested. And the third point is that our focus, so we are only investing in pediatrics. So through that, we are building a lot of value by the network that we are building with Sant Joan de Déu and as well with other children's hospitals around Europe and as well in the US. So our idea is to become the reference in Europe once you are thinking about creating a spin-out company with a pediatric-first technology. The challenge has been already described for many of you, but during the lunch break, Giacomo told me that what happens about medicines. So let me focus on medicines. So there are already medicines in development for adults, a lot, but there are only 12 drugs that has been approved for pediatric oncology for children. And if you check that data, 1 on 285 to get a cancer before you are 20 years old. So this is a clear need, a challenge here. As well, that the drugs that they are already approved, they work sometimes more and more often in adults, but this is not the case for many children. So you have here the case of Colby, a patient in Boston who has already received 13 different treatments and it doesn't work. So we need to design and develop drugs first for children, not sometimes could work reposition drugs that has been developed for adults to children. The biology of a tumor in a child is completely different. So this is a very important point. So our responsibility at JANA is to develop that medicines, treatments, digital therapeutics, medical devices to pediatric first. And the opportunity is there. So I've been in many different debates about the market. The market is small, the market, what I can tell is that it's a very niche market and it's very attractive and it's not as small as it looks. So we think that with appropriate development, this market is very attractive for companies, especially for startup companies. We are not here thinking about creating unicorn companies. As well, the business model. So if we think about, instead of developing technologies that has already been developed by adults, I like a lot the example from James about the device this morning, and then try to reposition that technology into children. Here, the business model is the other way around. We are going to develop things first for children, but we are going to choose platform technologies that then afterwards we can do business development and licensing out or do partnership to develop for adults. But the mission, the importance here is the first indication, the first development is for children. The other opportunity is on that the needs, the unmet medical needs are very well identified. So it's clear where we have to go. And this is known by public and private organizations around Europe and the US. Today the news from AT Health proved that. So the idea is that the regulatory pathway is has proven very benefits if you go first to pediatrics. So we see that as an opportunity to develop the technologies. At the end, how we are going to work, how we work, is during 3 steps. The first one is we are going to build. This is something that we are already doing. We are scouting projects around Europe that are very interesting technologies, platform technologies that are able to create spin-out companies, or they are already launched as spin-out companies and they are in pre-seed to seed rounds. We do due diligence and we are building teams around, creating teams, building teams around these companies. The second step is to launch, go through the tech transfer process, investment committee, and then invest into the companies and then grow the companies with business development, with management capabilities, and then exit the companies. And let me explain you that in a particular case as well in therapeutics. This is a company called Apfadel Therapeutics here in Barcelona that has been created by this amazing scientist, Oscar Martinez Tirado. He's a professor, and he has been working for the last 15 years on the biology of pediatric tumors in sarcomas. So he comes with this fantastic technology. Is a platform technology, is an RNA that is conjugated with an aptamer to deliver RNA into the tumors. And he has developed a lead compound that is precisely developed for children, for Ewing sarcoma. We can think about this platform technology, and actually we are already seeing that has an amazing application as well for adults. But it is the mission of the company to develop that first for Ewing sarcoma. And Apfadel is looking investors for pre-Series A and Series A to do that, aligned with the mission of the company. So that's the type of technology companies in therapeutics that we are looking for, but not only in therapeutics, obviously. What we are looking for. So we are considering to start investing into the companies during the first quarter of 2023. So now we are very actively scouting projects in 3 different areas: novel therapeutics, no reposition of adult therapeutics, digital therapeutics or not, and as well deep technology. We have some areas of preference: oncology, ultra-rare diseases, advanced cell therapies, robotics, digital therapeutics, and projects that they are all currently still at academia or during the first steps of the company where they are raising pre-seed and seed rounds. The team of people here is really enthusiastic with the idea. We are going to make some announcements in the coming weeks, month about the team, but basically there are three types of people here. Company builders, people that we already did that, and we are going to do it again. Companies around pediatrics and as well about biotech in general. Then we have the advice of people from the investment arena, people that they are working already in BCs, foundations, people that know how to help us to manage with BCs and as well with pharmaceutical industry. And the third part, and probably the more essential one at the beginning, is expertise on pediatrics. People, clinicians, scientists, innovators, that they are experts in pediatrics. And that's the most important value at JANA, the network of people that we are building around this project. And, well, if you are interested and you have a project, please contact us, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. It's great to see that last year the main focus of the Pediatric Innovation Day was the lack of investment. And in fact, that 1 year after, we are able to see projects like JANA becoming true and EIT Health supporting pediatric projects. So I'm really excited. Well, after these two great presentations, now it's the time to give way to the i4Kids Start Award ceremony. The i4Kids Start Award consists of a 15,000 voucher and direct access to the acceleration program from Barcelona Activa. So I'm pleased to invite to the stage Virginia Palacios. She's the 3D Printing Global Head of New Business Incubation at Hewlett-Packard, which is a company that we have been collaborating closely for the last years. So Virginia will present the i4Kids Start.
Thank you for the invitation. And the winner is B-Triage from IS Global.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Barbara. Thanks. So now Barbara, she's gonna do a short presentation to explain the project.
Thank you very much. We are very happy and grateful for this prize. I'm the scientific coordinator of this project, and you will see later that it's a huge team behind it, and I would like to thank the organization for this prize on behalf of all the team. And before I go into more detail into our project, I would like to show you a message from our principal investigator, who is Professor Kike Bassat, who could not be here today. He's in Gabon, but he was really sad not to be here, so he sent us a video.
Good morning, everyone. Unfortunately, I'm not able to be in person with you. I'm in Lambaréné, in Gabon, and therefore I cannot be in person today. But I wanted to thank you for the prize we've been awarded. The i4Kids initiative has supported our project, and we will be receiving an award that will complement very beautifully plan for the next 5 years of research, which involves the development of a point-of-care device to help us do the triage in sick children with fever. This point-of-care test is going to help us prioritize those children that really need help and help us understand which ones are the ones that are at high risk of dying in comparison to those that are at very, very low risk of an adverse outcome. We believe this is a very exciting project, and we hope you are as enthusiastic about the idea as we are, and we hope that in the next 5 years we will have a device that will help improve the chances of survival of those sick children with fever that are threatened by many, many different life-threatening infections. Thank you again, and goodbye.
So now I will give you more details about our project. This is the typical image at the entrance of a hospital in Mozambique in this case. And I would like you to imagine the clinician that has to attend all these patients in a particular morning or afternoon. There's many parents with sick children. There's very few physicians available. And with the help of also the limited nurses and health workers, they need to quickly screen who requires urgent attention by a physician and get probably admitted to hospital, and which ones can be sent home with a recommendation, a prescribed treatment. This screen is not easy. They can screen maybe 250 children in a day. They have few time, no tools, so can you imagine like how much responsibility and pressure, right? So wouldn't be wonderful they have a test in their pocket that can tell them objectively who is at risk so it can be prioritized. That's what we are trying to do in this project, to develop a test for triaging of fevers. Because fever is actually the main cause to seek healthcare globally. And although the majority of fevers are uncomplicated infections, few are life-threatening. The probabilities of these patients to survive rely on the capacity of the clinician to identify them among the majority who's not at risk. But the tools we have for doing that, they are not good. They are slow, they are expensive, they require usually a lot of infrastructure and expertise, and that's why they are absent in the setting that I just showed you before. In our settings, we have them, but they are not very accurate anyway. So at the end of the day, what happens in both types of settings, we have triaging errors, which contributes to mortality due to infections. So as an example, more than 15 million deaths occur every year only due to sepsis, pneumonia, malaria, meningitis, all 4 treatable diseases affecting mostly children. Another consequence of triaging errors is the misallocation of resources. So here I chose malaria as an example to put figures into these two consequences of the issue so that we can understand the magnitude, but I could have chosen any other type of infection. So from all the malaria cases, 1% will be severe cases, but we detect as little as 30% promptly. That's what contributes to mortality, that most of the severe cases are not detected on time. Conversely, we are sending the wrong ones to the hospital because as few as 10% of the referrals to a hospital are inappropriate. That's a huge misallocation of resources, 90% of unnecessary referrals. And especially in a setting like the first I showed you, where resources are very limited. So our solution, our proposed device, it's a rapid triage test for fevers. It would work for any type of infection because it's based on host biomarkers of response to infection, which are part of common pathways of injury present in all infections. Our test will be battery powered, user-friendly, and will use a drop of blood, so it can be used at the point of care. And it will be quantitative, similar to a glucometer, so that in 10 minutes, the clinician can take a decision based on the levels of the biomarkers, as in a traffic light. So red light, high levels, red light, this patient is at risk, it needs admission to hospital or be prioritized. Low levels, green light, we can be relaxed, this patient can be discharged home safely. And the values in between would be the ones that really require observation for a few hours to understand whether they go to one direction or the other. So we believe that such a tool will have a big impact in both poor and well-resourced settings, just that it will be a little bit different how it will impact each of these settings. So in a poor resource setting, we will be mostly preventing mortality and morbidity and inequities in access to healthcare. Because they don't have tools like we have here, for example, in the sense that maybe if we have doubts, we can do hospitalization for a few hours and wait till we are sure we can send this patient home. So this preventive of hospitalization, or we can use a battery of tools to rule out things and make sure that we are safe to send this kid home. So the benefits we would obtain in a well-resourced setting like here is that we will prevent many of the healthcare costs that maybe were not necessary. Some would be necessary, but some maybe we can avoid them. And in both type of settings, we will be preventing unnecessary treatments, which will prevent also the public health harm of overuse of antibiotics and these kind of things. So recently, we have received a European project, Horizon 2021, to develop this device and test it and see whether we can actually obtain better outcomes. So the first 2 years, we will dedicate them to the product development. We will validate the prototype in the lab. So the basis of this technology is magnetic particles that can concentrate the biomarkers so you obtain high sensitivity, which is a must for this kind of test. We will validate it in the lab, and we will work to obtain functional prototype that we can bring to the field. With that one, we can perform clinical trials the next 3 years. We will do these clinical trials, randomized clinical trials in 3 African sites and targeting children, because they're the one experiencing higher mortality due to infections that are actually treatable. We will recruit around 2,500, 3,000 children in each site, and we will randomize them into the intervention with the rapid triage test, where the information of the biomarkers will be included in the decision, and compare it with the standard of care. And evaluate 2 days after the appropriateness of the decision and also the clinical outcomes. This project involves 13 partners. As I said, most of the clinical research will take place in Africa. It will take place in Mozambique, Ethiopia, and Gabon. The product development will be in Catalonia, with several partners from our ecosystem here. And there's also partners of other European countries, UK and Canada, that will support this clinical research with their expertise either in statistics, cost effectiveness, or biomarkers discovery. So we are very happy that we won this i4Kids prize, because it will allow us to participate in the pre-acceleration program at Barcelona Activa, which will be in parallel of the launch of this huge and ambitious European project. And I think this will be very valuable for us to work on those non-scientific aspects that are necessary, so that at the end of this project, this just not finish in a research, but that we can actually bring such a product to the market if we are successful with the research. We will invest the prize in freedom to operate and intellectual property studies. And to finish, I would like to introduce you the core innovation team. Kike Basat, that you have seen in the video, is the leader of this project. He's a lead expert in clinical research and trials in poor settings, especially in Africa, and has worked a lot of years trying to find new solutions to reduce child mortality. Then we have Isabel Pividori, who is an expert in biosensors. She's the one providing the technology behind our test. And Kevin Kane, who is a world expert in biomarkers in infectious disease. Myself, I will be the scientific coordinator of the European project, and also taking the pre-acceleration program with the support of young clinicians, researchers in the team, Pera Millat Sarajanovic, and also a technical expert that is from Isabel's lab, so that we are the team behind doing all these tasks of the acceleration programs. We will have the support of the TTOs at IAS Global and Universitat Autònoma, that they will help us with the innovation and business development. So at the end of the day, what we are trying to do is to bring a device that can help health workers to make rapid and appropriate decisions that can improve outcomes of patients, and especially of children in low-income settings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Barbara. That was a great presentation and a very promising project. So for the people who didn't know, the i4Kids Start was a contest that was only among the members of the i4Kids. And now we will have a short coffee break to give some time to the jury. And after the break, we'll be back here in 30 minutes, more or less. And we will announce the finalists from today. So thank you very much and see you later. Okay, so welcome back. Let's begin the last block of this amazing day. And to give away to the award ceremony, I'm pleased to introduce some of the sponsors of this Pediatric Innovation Day without whom it would have not been possible. Please welcome to the stage Enrique Carbonell, European attorney at ABG Intellectual Property, a leading European intellectual property firm that combines excellence with social responsibility, providing support with different levels of impact. Enrique will announce the third winner of this year's contest award with a €5,000 prize.
Thank you. Okay. So I'm very pleased to announce that the third prize goes to NEN.
Congratulations, Shania. Thank you. Okay, so let's go to the second winner, who will be awarded with a €50,000 prize. And the award will be presented by Francisco Jimenez, the Development Records and Business Manager at Laboratorios ERN. ERN has a very wide portfolio of products, but they are mainly specialized in pediatrics. And in 2019, they started a program to promote innovative collaborations, including pediatrics, as one of the main fields. The winner will also have 5 hours of mentoring from RCD experts, the best rated law firm by startups. Please come to the stage Alejandro Griffith from RCD, who will give the voucher valued at 5 hours of mentoring.
Okay. Thank you. So the second prize goes to Nido.
Eva, your voucher. Ta-da! Okay. Last but not least, it's time to announce the first winner of the Pediatric Innovation Day of this year. Laia Teixidó, Healthcare System Partner at Roche Pharma, will present this award valued at €25,000. Roche has taken the strategy of developing new products for patients suffering from rare diseases, and this first award includes 10 hours of mentoring also from RCD.
Thank you very much. And the first prize goes to Rewalk.
Okay. Thank you. So congratulations to all the projects and congratulations to the winners. And now Xavi will close the event.
Okay, first of all, congratulations to all of you. I can tell you that the jury had really strong difficulties to decide which project to select. All of them were very, very well presented, and we are very proud of them. So congratulations to you again. And if you allow me, I just want to share some words before closure. First of all, I want to thank you all for being here with us, to either people that have come here today or the ones that are following online. You are a great source of motivation to keep building the i4Kids ecosystem and keep improving our work. In the sense of improving our work, we are also happy to tell you that thanks to the European funds that we have recently received, i4Kids will be able to grow towards Europe during the following years, hand by hand by our European friends. So, if everything goes as expected, the next Pediatric Innovation Day should take place in a new venue abroad. So be preparing and planning your trip. Many things will happen in between. So also be aware for a special event that we will organize this November in the Tech Barcelona building. Save the date. And be ready also for all the new activities that we will launch next year to boost the European pediatric innovation ecosystem. We will provide you with more info soon. Finally, I don't want to leave without giving some words of thank you. First, thanks to our sponsors and collaborators. Without them, this could not have been possible. Thanks to Roche, thanks to RN Laboratories, thanks to ABG, thanks to RCD Law Firm, thanks to Barcelona Activa, and of course our host, Fundació La Caixa. I also want to thank a lot to the whole i4Kids teams for the amazing work you have done today, especially to Cindy, that has been the one in the shadows organizing all the event, and we know that this is a lot of the weight during this day, so thanks a lot, Cindy. I want to recognize you with this applause for you. And just one last acknowledgement. This one also on behalf of the whole i4Kids teams. So if you want to join me, I want to make this last acknowledgement. Please come with me. Except you, Jaume. Except you. You stay there, Jaume. Because this acknowledgement is for you. All the teams want to thank a lot to you, Jaume, because you once had the vision of building a pediatric innovation ecosystem where all the community could be part of it. And you have been fighting against the element to make this reality come true, as we can see here today. So Jaume, on behalf of all the team, we want to thank you for your inspiration and strength. Being part of the i4Kids makes us proud and happy. So this applause is for you, Jaume. Thanks a lot. So I hope you have enjoyed the day. And now, if you want, we invite you to join our cocktail network to spend more time talking with us and having fun. So thanks a lot and see you on the next Pediatric Innovation Day. Thank you.